alive. We did it.
Can we get him maybe, I don't know, how do you treat narcolepsy? A little wristband that zaps you awake every 15 seconds?
Yeah, that's actually the professional treatment.
I'm not a doctor or anything, but I don't think that's how you treat narcolepsy.
Viewers at home, why don't you diagnose our disorder?
Yeah, why don't you tell us how to self-medicate? Take on your
Welcome to Wildfolk. We're here to provide medical advice.
I wouldn't say it's medical advice. I'd say it's more of a non-medical solution.
I've never heard a sentence more grifter than that.
Non-medical solution?
It's not medical advice, it's a non-medical solution.
You've spoken to a guy who has, like, scraped his own tooth out with a spoon.
God though, why?
Because I'm not a bitch,
You're also not a fucking Mongolian warlord. You don't need to do these things. You have modern medicine.
Maybe I have a bit of it in me. Genghis Khan is in all of us.
True. Let me just add Drake to the talking head lineup.
I think Genghis Khan might most likely be in you and me more than...
He's been around.
Yeah, he's been around.
Yeah, he sure did get around. He had a bit of a heyday back in his day. Anyway, hello, welcome to Wildfolk. It's episode 34? That sounds right. Like the rule. Philo may be dead. He's having some storms, and also his sleep schedule is about as bad as mine. So he may be dead. So Drake's going to pilot him unless he shows up. We'll see how it goes. We left off like right in the middle of combat. You guys had traveled up to Everest. You guys are looking to make your way to the capital city of Pi to reactivate the portal to get paid. This is a job to make a bunch of money. While you're here, you were given an optional side mission to find a dragon called Technoliax, get close-ish to his castle, and drop a seed, which will act as a portal for later. It's a surprise tool that'll help us later. You're getting paid much more to do that as well. So that is kind of an optional side mission while you were here. A couple of you had personal motives to do that, namely Jane is looking for a book that is in Technoliax's possession, which apparently contains some information that might be useful to learn about chronomancy. But when we left off, you guys had made rest at a little ruined settlement that had been destroyed by the war. And overnight, as you were settling in, you had been attacked by some shadows that peeled themselves off of Narafi's body, and also some sort of invisible something or another that was throwing a bunch of stuff all around the room at you guys. And we're going to pick right up in the middle of that combat.
I had 1,000% forgotten that we were in the middle of combat. I thought we just like left off on...
Oh no, we classically, with Philo, Jane, in a combat, we like to do just one round of combat at the end of the session to see what happens.
Oh, right.
No, that didn't do bad. Like, we were in a better place than we started, maybe. Well, actually, Branch is nearly dead.
So far.
No, Branch took some damage. He's alright.
I still haven't gone down, and I think I can actually do this campaign with a no death run. I think I can do it.
What a wild thing to say out loud. What a crazy thing to say out loud.
It's gonna be...
This is the most effective taunt that any character has ever used in any system. But you
gotta do a no death run?
I'm gonna do a no death run, don't worry.
Alright, we left some notes for ourselves. There is an invisible spellcaster in that highlighted box hexagon thingy. You know that something was casting spells from that space. And there is also an active suspension of time. That spellcaster did something that was kind of directed towards Narafi, but Jane saw it coming and locked it away with some chronomancy, and it will unfurl sometime soon. We'll see what was about to happen. Let's see, initiative is already up. Oh my god, guys, it's saved. That's wild. It saved this encounter and the current initiative, even though we did a whole last session with combat on last Tuesday. That's crazy.
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Oh my god, it's live!
Hello! Are you alive?
You sounded like an old cat.
Did some real Samus energy there.
Wow.
Good morning, though. I'm glad you made it. You can pass out if you need to. We're doing some combat.
I'm good.
Perfect.
Are you sure? Do you want some water?
Fine.
All right. We are at the top of the round. Am I good? I should announce the stream. I should probably do that.
I've been here the whole time.
I've been here the whole time.
Oh no, I'm first. What the fuck?
You are. We are back to the top of the round. Jane, you are up first. One of the shadows has been defeated. There is one remaining, and there is some sort of an invisible spellcaster. What would you like to do?
Fuck if I know. Hold on. Forgot how this game works. So many options, so many options, so many options. Okay, tell me, Vec, about casting a spell on a creature that I cannot see.
Anytime you target something you can't see, whether it's with a spell or something else, you roll a d20, and I believe you need a 6 or higher for it to work normally. Otherwise, it just straight up misses.
Is a flat check like that 6 or higher something that I can use like in character resources on like things to give myself fortune or whatever? Is that just a meta roll?
I think it is a check, and I think you can apply things to it that count as... In fact, I know that's true, because I know that the Harrower feat applies to that. So yeah, it is essentially a check, and you can apply anything you would normally apply to a check.
Unless it's fortune, I think.
Let me go read. Let me take 5 seconds to read.
Yeah,
the system
because
do this.
I think flat checks can't be affected by anything.
Here we
That's
go.
why
When a
they're a
chance
flat
will
check.
happen or fail to happen is based purely on chance, you do a flat check. Never includes modifiers, bonuses, or penalties.
Okay, yeah.
Roll a d20 compared to the result. Only abilities that specifically say they apply to flat check can change the check's DC.
Yeah.
Okay, so general rule is they don't.
General rule is they don't, correct.
Alright. Okay. I am going to... Jane takes she's already got her top off of her belt, so she's got it spinning in her hand. I think most recently it had stopped spinning and then spun backwards for the delay consequence thing.
Yeah.
So she holds it up and it starts to spin very, very, very fast. Let's see, who's acting next in initiative?
Narafi and Kat.
Narafi and Kaze. Right. Having stopped a terrible thing from happening to Narafi and almost losing control of holding it in the past, Jane looks to Narafi and raises a hand and begins to cast a spell on one Narafi.
Oh. Thank you, Kai.
Quickened. Extra stride or strike every turn.
I made the smart decision of not updating Foundry 2 hours before we went live this week. I'm going to do it after the session this time. But that does mean you'll probably have to drag conditions onto your sheet and not your token.
Disgusting.
Because that is still broken.
Delightful.
Done. Oh, thank you kindly.
Yeah, we'll just stick with buffing Narafi here. At the same time, Narafi, as you get this surge of speed and feel like everything slows down around you, you also...
Ooh, Diviner's Sight.
get a brief glimpse. Oh, hell yeah.
Damn.
A brief
Fuck.
glimpse of the next 6 seconds, and you've got a 19 on deck that you can use for whatever roll you want.
This is I can just decide whether it
If
happens
you can
or
just
not.
place that 19 on any roll that you make until the start of my next turn.
So not the flat check, but hey, yeah, let's do
Yeah,
that.
see it. A non-secret saving throw or skill check. I'm sorry. So, so it can't be an attack roll, I guess. Saving throw or skill
Oh,
check.
okay. So yeah, let's go. So that'll be good until the end of your. Oh, God, I need to do
Until the
something
end of
about
my turn.
that.
So, from the next 6 seconds, use that 19 on a skill check or a saving throw.
Cool, yeah.
And that's
I
it for
will
me.
attempt.
That's my 3 actions.
Wonderful. That brings us to Narafi. Narafi, you can feel that there is magical energy that is starting to draw itself around you. You know that something is locked onto you, that it is only a matter of time before it lands on you. But it has been delayed.
I'm over here what? That's a lot of spells I've never seen before.
Oh, and sorry, on that note, I need a wisdom save from you.
Oh my God, another one. It's the start of my turn.
Sure do.
That's a 19, baby.
You can use a 19 for this if you want.
Wonderful. Love that. Okay. Perfect.
I failed all of them recently, so I'm like, oh, that's a 19 this time.
Good. Excellent. I'm trying
Do
to
you
think,
want my
might-
bonus? It's a +5.
19 is good enough on its own, even without a mod, but a 24 is certainly good. Give me 10 seconds to decide if you notice now what has been happening this whole time immediately,
Sure.
or if it becomes known in a moment. You know what? Give me a D20 plus 3.
I fucking typed the wrong thing.
That's an 8 still. Okay, understood. Cool.
Is that correct? Yeah, I did D20 minus. Oh yeah, 5 is correct.
Yeah. Okay, cool. You don't
So
notice
8.
anything immediately, but it will become known soon. You just don't catch it like right this second. Anyway, carry on with your turn.
Yeah. So action 1, or piddly action, whip out one of these scrolls, i.e. the ribbons. One action, he fastens it around his eye mask, or like his eyes, like a blindfold, and these eyes of Horus glow on it as he activates a sure strike.
Oh, I love that. That's correct.
And then he's going to use a second action to do Doctor's Visitation. Here. Give Branch HP.
Yeah.
You get Beetle, 24 HP back.
Okay.
And then he's just going to attack the spellcaster.
Perfect. Wonderful. Because of Sure Strike, it does not require a flat check.
And I have advantage.
Ooh, that's cool.
Sure do.
And
Yeah,
it's
True Strike is actually
flat-footed?
pretty good in the system.
Yeah.
So I have it. I didn't make that connection.
Is it flat-footed?
No, I think that was the old one or something.
Yeah, I think
it's
this
just
one
regular.
is essentially
This
you
is-
get
yeah.
advantage.
It has advantage. Here we go.
So you can't target it because it's invisible. Its AC is, you're looking for a 17.
Okay. Can I do the quicken strike?
I think so. Is there...
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I see. You're asking what haste allows you to do. Yes, strike is one of those
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
23
That's
is a hit.
15. Let me roll again in case it's a crit.
Need a
Higher
nat
result.
19 or 20.
It's the same. Oh, 15.
Still hit.
Yeah, still hit. For this? A 10. I don't think I can... Yeah, and then I'm going to attempt to trip it.
Uh,
With my regular...
Wonderful. Double checking, you're a thaumaturge. Are you ignoring its resistances right now? What are you doing to its
No,
normal
not
natural
currently.
resistances? Okay,
I haven't used my esoteric knowledge on it. Because
understood.
I don't really know what it is.
Perfect.
Right?
But all of your weapons do count as magical just because of the automatic bonus progression.
Yeah, they do count as magical.
Perfect. Do you feel yourself slammed through this invisible force? Your sure strike ensures that it lands true. And you feel it's like a little bit of a softer impact than you would expect. You're smart. You understand you're fighting a ghost here. It resists some of that damage, but you do feel some of the energy that is holding it together is split by your axe. You do a little damage.
Oh, is it undead?
Yes.
It takes extra damage.
Is that true?
Yeah, it takes an extra 2 damage because I have a thing for undead.
Understand. 2 extra damage.
Let me just check real quick. Helps you then for the circumstance bonus to damage with weapons and armor strikes equal to the number of weapon damage dice for a strike, and there's 2 damage dice in this.
Excellent. Perfect.
And yeah, that's... Oh yeah, I have 2. My last action is with a map. Well, it's a ghost, so I don't think tripping it is a good idea anymore. My question is, can I exploit vulnerability on something I can't see? So let me check real quick. In 2 ways. I invoking powers to repel a creature, or by attempt to more provincial. Yeah, I guess I could just pull out an anti-ghost thing I've had on me this entire time. So I'm going to attempt to figure out what it is.
Perfect. Go and give me a check. DC here is 15. Oh my god, that's critical.
Hell yeah.
Give me everything.
Oh yeah, you know all about this shit. These things are extremely common down in the desert. This is a poltergeist. It is a type of ghost. It's incorporeal.
I
Rather...
think the way... Like, because I also have dubious knowledge. This counts as a recall knowledge check with the same roll. And I think that means I get to ask 2 questions specifically, rather than you dumping everything.
Perfect. Yeah, go for it.
But I'm not... Yeah. I guess you can tell me what it is, but I want to know. And the first one tells me its weaknesses, if any, already. That comes for free.
Right.
The two questions are separate. I think the two questions I can ask are, what's its most dangerous attack? And what's the best way to hit it?
Understood. Okay.
For
excellent.
people like Kaz and Branch.
right. Okay, excellent. You learn it's a poltergeist. It's a type of ghost. It specifically, it doesn't usually manifest its own body, or at least not for longer than an instant, to just kind of like pop out and spook people. Most of what it does is fling objects around. It is capable of like telekinetically shoving things around, attacking with items. Grab that fork and flung it across the room. But
How dare you fork, Miss Jackson?
Most dangerous thing that it can do. Boy, oh boy. Probably the telekinetic storm. If it catches a lot of people in a small area, it basically makes a whirlwind of shit that just spins around, and it's like a big AoE. That is the thing that it's most dangerous that it's capable of doing.
So yeah, Narafi just yells like, "It's a fucking poltergeist!"
You learn that it doesn't have any weaknesses, but it has all of the typical ghost resistances, which are kind of the same thing, just the other side of the coin.
Ghosts are bastards to fight. Try force damage if you can.
There he is.
And the best way for your friends to attack it. Yeah, force damage is definitely going to do it. A magical weapon is ideal. Magical. Yeah, I think that's kind of there. It doesn't have like a specific weakness to fire or anything like that. Certainly, if you had some way to counter its invisibility, that would help a lot.
Does he know if that's something that could be dispelled, like dispel magic?
What a great question. Let me find out.
I'm checking if I have any scrolls to do with this because I'm Narafi.
On a nat 20, Narafi would understand that it's not like this is, it's kind of like the 5e's Invisible Stalker. This thing doesn't have a body that is hiding with invisibility. It simply doesn't have a physical form. It can temporarily like manifest a spooky face to scare people, but it is just kind of invisible energy. It's not like...
Yeah, it's naturally invisible, I guess.
Correct. It's not the feature is called natural invisibility.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, you got it. You got it in one.
Wow. Whoa, beautiful. Yeah, I don't have anything on my scroll list that I bought for invisible things because I had Sure Strike, I guess.
Perfect.
Really quick on the subject of force damage, I forgot that I have my magic missiles up, so at the start of my turn, the guy up there takes... It has to be a creature I can see, so that goes to the north guy, 4 points.
Gotcha, understood. 4 points.
North guy's still there.
He sure is. He's still doing things. All right. Is that all your actions, Narafi?
Yeah, that's all of them.
Perfect. And was that your hand raise, Jade?
Yep, that's all I had.
All right, excellent. That brings us to Kaz.
Okay. Fortunately, I'm not really within range of anybody to do anything without moving, so...
Yeah, well, the shadow's probably the best thing to attack because this bastard's invisible.
I have a couple spells I could cast, but I'm probably...
Aww,
nice, Samus.
That's Raz.
That's rad.
Oh, it's Raz. Yeah, he doesn't sound scrumbly.
You can tell because it doesn't sound like he's been chain smoking for 30 years.
Yeah, Samus has also been dead for like a month and a half, so...
Oh no!
True.
I didn't see that.
Anywho, first action. Step over here. We'll beat up this shadow.
Hell yeah.
I believe I still have my panache from the last session, so I'm just gonna start wailing on it.
Yep.
Yeah, Panache.
Panache.
Panache. I gotta figure out why the camera tracker things are so big all of a sudden. I gotta fix that.
Oh yeah, it's weakness, I guess. What was it? Does it have?
It doesn't have any like weaknesses now.
Right. So it has now mortal. Antithesis. No, fucking personal antithesis. So it'll take 5 extra damage.
Perfect. Goddamn. 9 minus its resistance, but then how much extra from Narafi? How much?
I'm not, for the poltergeist.
Oh, that's for your poltergeist. I got you.
Yeah, it didn't have any weaknesses yet.
Correct. Yeah. All right, Kaz, you sink into this shadow and you watch as a huge chunk of it is kind of cleaved away. Let's see, does it have resistance? Surely it also resists this. A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. A little 5, I think. That's what it had last time.
Yep. The second swing goes wide as it slips into the wall and you just kind of bonk into wood.
You cuck. That's me.
All right, excellent. That brings us to the invisible thing, and now time finally catches up, and some stuff is going to happen. At the start of its turn, delay consequence goes off before it does anything else on its turn. And there is this sudden, as all of the energy kind of catches up, this bubble of space-time kind of reconverges around Narafi's face, where very suddenly you hear the sound of buckles coming loose. And Narafi, you feel weight lifted from your face. You feel the fabric pulled up over the back of your head as telekinetic energy rips your mask from your face and flings it across the room towards this shelf.
It wasn't me, I swear.
Before you tell everybody what is under that mask, I'm going to tell you what is under that mask. That might be news to you. In fact, I don't even know if you would see this right away, but the rest of you can see, in addition to whatever Narafi is about to describe, near his neck, near the back of his neck, there is about 3 inches tall a little hieroglyph of what appears to be like a Leonin woman who is frantically trying to rebuckle the mask back on, but is not able to do it in time as the mask is unbuckled, pulled off of his head, and thrown across the room. You watch as you guys are adept at magic. It has the frantic look of something that is coming out from a mind control of some sort. You watch as its eyes kind of start out this like bright, brilliant green, and then they dim, like it realizes, oh fuck, I've been doing things I didn't want to do. But it's too late. The mask is pulled off, ripped off, flung across the room. I'll drag it over here. And then Narafi, what do they see under there? What's under the mask? What do these people finally see?
Right. Because there's no time during these interactions that Narafi had any chance to do anything. To hide.
Not, yeah.
No, he didn't. That's what I'm saying. He didn't, because they were kind of drinking and like they were ready to sleep. Prior to this, I've been consuming a bunch of scrolls every time he thought his mask was gonna come off. So, as the mask is ripped off, it reveals the kind of feline, like, skull of a Leonin. It's ivory etched with various necromantic runes, filled with precious gems and molten metals of golds and silvers. There are fangs in his mouth replaced with these carved gemstones, red rubies, obsidians, in the sort, and in the hollow sockets, these 2 points of emerald light.
To clarification, Feck, really quick.
Yeah.
Mask comes off on his neck. There's like an animated hieroglyph that's like scrambling to do
Correct.
something with his mask.
On the back of his neck.
And you said it appears that like the figure in this hieroglyph is mind control?
Correct. It seems like the impression that you get, because it's all revealed, it looks like the mask comes off. There was a little hieroglyph hiding under the mask. The hieroglyph looks like it is snapping out of a mind control as this is all happening. And it was trying to like rebuckle the mask, but couldn't do it fast enough.
So
That's why it
intriguing.
was in the dream.
Yeah. But a lot of things continue happening all at once as time catches up. You hear this ghostly voice. All of you hear this ghostly voice that kind of just whispers throughout the entire room. Be wary ye living. He wears this mask for many reasons. And as that voice begins to escalate, the poltergeist is going to begin a telekinetic storm. Everything in the entire room begins to shake and rattle. Cups and knives and forks begin to lift themselves up and just violently fling themselves around the room. I believe this is attack rolls against all of you with a penalty. Double checking. Correct. Telekinetic storm. Multiple target. Alright, here we go. First on Kaz.
How about no?
It's a 30-foot area.
It sure is. It's huge. Oh, it's a 30-foot radius area.
Oh, radius, yeah. 30-foot radius area.
I forget to target you. I think a 25 is just a regular hit, not a crit on Kaz.
Is this something that I can, like, nimble dodge?
Yeah, it's an attack you see coming. It's an attack roll.
Okay,
Like a chair or something being flung at you.
yeah.
I like it.
It's telekinetically, it's things being telekinetically flung around a room. I can react to a table
Absolutely.
being shuffled at me at violent speeds.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Realizing that this does not... This is non-discriminatory. It's going to hit the shadow, too.
Yeah.
I think that's
It's a-
fine.
it's like,
he's resistant.
It's like a fireball, but furniture.
Yeah, it's a furniture fireball.
Furniture ball.
While you are looking at your defensive abilities, I'm going to roll one for... Oh, here you go. +2... So that would add 2 to your AC. I think it would just turn a hit into a hit. Like, I don't think it downgrades it at all.
Gotcha. I'll probably hold on to my reaction then,
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
in case it attacks me, because yeah, I've only got 16 AC at the moment.
Legit.
Oh, that was almost a
it
crit.
was almost
Okay,
a crit.
it was-
Nimble
yeah,
Dodge
you're
would have
fine.
saved you if it was a crit.
Okay.
However, this is bludgeoning since it's a table. 14 points of bludgeoning damage.
Ow.
The shadow, let's go. A little friendly fire.
Well, the shadow resists, like...
It'll resist 5 of this.
Yeah.
Actually, it'll resist 10 because it's not magical. It is magical.
Yeah.
It's a telekinetic storm. If that's not magical, what the fuck is? Next up, Branch. Good luck.
All right.
You asked for it. Hey! There's a critical hit. Let's
Wait,
go.
why is he off guard? Why is he off guard?
Why am I? Well, yeah, I'm enfeebled, right?
No?
I don't know. Why
Wait,
are
are
you
you-
off guard? It's been
I
2
remember-
weeks.
So I remember you did a thing where you ripped my shadow out of me, and
Oh, right. It's because you don't have your
yeah.
shadow. That's right. Yeah, you are
Oh.
off guard because he stole your shadow.
Okay.
Love that. Love to hear it. Okay, perfect. So that is a critical hit. Good luck. You've
God.
tempted God. This is 3 forks. It's all piercing damage.
Curious.
22 damage from 3 forks.
All right.
I have a question also.
Yeah.
Because it's invisible to us, are we all technically off guard to it?
Oh, that's probably true.
So that would make Kaz's a crit unless he
Unless he
nimble
does
dodge.
the nimble dodge, yeah. I'm gonna double check. Is this true? The poltergeist -2 with someone attack.
Since attack rolls.
Yeah, they're attack rolls, and it is concealed from you guys. Yeah, absolutely. So that would be a crit, Kaz, but you can use your reaction to non-crit it if you want with your nimble
Yeah,
dodge.
I
Okay,
will not get crit by that. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
perfect. Thanks for the teacher. I always appreciate it, and it goes both ways.
Thanks, Frizz.
I'm sorry, battles here are supposed to be deadly.
It means that when you teacher me, I will respect it more. Here we go. Enjoy.
Teacher, everyone,
Exactly.
including myself.
Oh, this lucky son of a bitch. Teachers everybody and then gets a miss. What a bastard.
Bastard.
And Jane. That's a hit. Just barely a hit. This is
Almost
a
missed.
burning piece of firewood from the thing. It still just does bludgeoning. 8 points bludgeoning damage to Jane.
It just healed Branch. Where did it throw my mask?
Over to the right, that, like, blob of black and gold over here, yeah.
This fucking... Yeah, it's the same color as everything.
Yeah. That was 2 actions. What does it want to do for its last one? Let's do the other thing that these things do. Oh, wait. Oh my god, it has rejuvenation. Oh, that's not a per turn thing. That's a thing I'm not supposed to tell you guys about. Third
I
action.
probably know what it is.
It momentarily manifests like a temporary form for itself where you see just this screaming, twisting face of some sort of a Kenra man in agony. Teeth are like jagged and bent in all sorts of awkward directions. I need Branch, Jane, and Narafi to give me...
This is bad. Wisdom? Will saves?
Oh, and Kaz, it is 30 feet. Yeah, I need will saves from all of you guys.
I fucking hate poltergeist, guys.
While we're doing that,
Oh no!
can you mimic the twisted screams it does?
I can try. You're better at this sort of thing than I am.
I wasn't sure if it was like that, or if it was more just like an auga.
Does the Kenra man look familiar to me?
Oh boy. Give me a perception check.
Okay. Let's close my sheet. Here you go.
Branch, frightened 2. Jane, frightened 1.
And his eyes bulge out of his sockets, and his tongue extends, and he goes, auga.
Kaz, frightened 1.
Great.
I'm frightened not shit because I turned back the clock.
Hell yeah, nicely done. Narafi, frightened 2.
Yeah, this makes sense.
Yeah,
I think it's fitting.
I'm actually...
Roll 17 in perception.
I think the 17 wouldn't do it, but because you critically failed the frighten, I think it makes sense for this to be the reason you get so frightened. The face isn't immediately familiar to you, but they're driving home a point of calling you out for your accountability. You recognize this as some lowly foot soldier who died in the war. It's just some Kenra man who was part of the war and died because of it. And when you see the face, you see like this massive, axe chop straight over their eye that crushed in a huge part of their skull.
I remember
and you
that
almost,
fight.
yeah, you probably like have this vivid recollection of like the last 10 seconds as that happened, and this horrible like crunching of bone, and just the inhuman gurgling as they came to terms with the final few seconds of their life,
I
and
think
looked
the
at
thing
you
that
and realized,
Narafi actually remembers is seeing this person saying goodbye to his parents
that makes a lot of
before
sense.
joining,
Yeah, that's
That's-
absolutely tragic.
followed by the axe chop to the head, literally not a day after.
Yep. All right, Jane is fine. Kaz frightened 1. Branch and Narafi both frightened 2. I think you'll have to add those manually because the update broke everything.
No
Where can we
biggie.
find that?
So right-click yourself, go to the effects, which is up in the top rightish, and then look for frightened and just click it twice to bump it up to level 2.
Gotcha.
That is all 3 action.
Fascinated, fleeing, frightened. And then click it in the upper right. There we go, frightened.
Boy, I wish these icons weren't all invisible for me.
Yep. Here, I can grab it. Oh, you got it.
Thank you.
They're so small.
All right, this brings us to the Shadow Up by Kaz.
I like how the frightened icon looks
Sorry,
more
quick-
like the guy just having a panic attack.
Yeah, it kind of does. Yeah, what's up?
Quick point of clarification: is the poltergeist visible now?
Yeah, it momentarily manifests this like fake visage to scare everyone, and it is at least visible enough that you can like target it without problems. It appears to be
Okay.
wavering. It looks like that's probably going to fade soon.
Got it.
We need to get some help, so we're going to strike Kaz.
Hey, don't. How about don't?
I think I will. Hang on. Okay, it did have PWL built in. Okay, that is a hit. 18 for 8 points of negative damage, necrotic damage, as it reaches out a hand towards your throat and begins to pull, and you watch as the shadow that was being cast on the back of your neck by this firelight begins to pull forward through your body, and it begins to tug and tug and tug, trying to rip your shadow from you. And then it's going to use its second action to try to steal it entirely.
Great.
You
I
feel
don't have my
yourself-
reaction back, do I?
No, you sure
It
don't.
works like 5e. I just get one.
Yeah.
on the next turn. Okay.
Correct. A lot of martial classes get the ability to have a second for specific things, but I think that's like at level 8 or 11 or something. It's a later class feature. You become enfeebled 1, which I think doesn't do much for martials. I think that mostly fucks with casters, but you can feel that this is part of
That's
the
like
process.
only martials that affects.
Oh, is it backwards? Do I have it backwards? Enfeebled.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it sure is. It's a penalty to strength-based stuff. That's fine.
Great.
Let's see. With a shadow on
That's
its
the stat I use to hit things.
Sure is. Oh, I'm not in a shadow, though. What if I want to be in a shadow? Well, you're just going to move away. It's learned its lesson. I think it's going to use its third action to hit you one more time and try to steal more of your shadow. With Map.
Stop trying to steal his shadow.
Really glad that that's a thing it can do.
Sure is. That one's a miss. You can see that it has pulled like a little chunk of your shadow away, but it has not grabbed the full thing. That is all 3 actions, and that brings us to Branch.
Okay. We were like drinking heavily before this.
As heavily as you want, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, is there like alcohol still on the tables and shit?
A lot of it is probably spilled because of the telekinetic storm, but sure, absolutely. There's probably a bottle of wine and some beer, yeah.
All right. First action. Fucking. If there's any, I'll be happy to roll for this. But if there's anything on this table that's like particularly strong alcohol content, I'll grab it.
You're in a bar. I'm not going to make you roll to see if there's alcohol in the bar. It's fine. You're good.
Fair.
You were drinking.
Second action. I'm gonna chuck it at the poltergeist.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Yeah. Or what was that like a piddly action? It's like the.
Picking up an item is a piddly action, yeah.
Awesome. Okay. What do I roll for thrown weapons? Throwing improvised weapons.
Oh boy, surely we put this in your sheet, right? I think we did.
It's the same. You have a thing that prevents you from taking penalties.
Yeah, I have a thing that prevents me.
Gotcha. So I think it's the same as your unarmed strike, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah.
11, unfortunately, this thing is just able to kind of split its form around the bottle as it crashes into the ground behind it.
Because range attacks are usually dexterity.
I have panache from the last turn. Could I just use that now? On the... Can I?
Wait, panache? How would panache help?
If I make it a precise finisher, then like it can't miss.
Right? I see what you're saying. Normally you'd have to declare it ahead of time, but new system, we're all learning. That's fine. I'll let you do it retroactively if you want to.
Okay, fine, sure, yeah, I'll remember this next time.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, I'll just precise finisher, fucking like, chuck the bottle in the air and kick it with my foot and into the.
What does precise finisher do exactly?
It makes it so that things won't miss.
Confident finisher.
Confident finisher. Sorry.
I think that one just adds your dice, your finisher dice. Just click the thing so it'll appear in the chat.
Damn it. Okay.
Yeah, let's see. Where is it? Confident finisher. Click.
You can't use action to have the attack trait for the rest of your turn. Some actions with the finisher trait also grant extra. So confident finisher action. Let's click that. You deal half your precise strike damage to the target if you fail.
Excellent.
So yeah.
And
so just roll your roll your precise
2d6.
strike. Yeah.
Okay.
You can roll 1d6 or roll 2d6 and take half.
Roll 2d6 and take half. That is better.
Yep.
Hey,
Nice.
nice 5.
Hell yeah.
Excellent.
And I can assume it's fucking covered in alcohol now, right?
It is covered in alcohol. That is, unfortunately, kind of all that is wrong with it, because it resists the rest of the damage, but it is soaked in alcohol.
Okay, I'm gonna use my second action to walk up to it. And last action to flip it off.
Hell yeah.
Oh, right. I understand what you're doing.
It's on fire now.
Excellent. Okay. As you're walking up, it does have a reaction it's going to use before you flip it off. So as the bottle of flammable alcohol splashes through it, doesn't do a ton of damage, but it does cause all of this alcohol to get kind of swept up in its ghastly energy. It telekinetically catches the bottle and flings it back towards you.
Ooh, okay.
Pew!
Oh, 10 feet. Oh, if you approach it, it's like
You're approaching
an
me?
anti-DO.
Oh, that was almost a 20 on my screen. You were able to dodge it totally fine.
Yeah, Branch just moves his head to the side, casually saunters up and flips it off and lights it on fire. That's my turn. I don't know if I need to roll for that.
Boy, what is this going to be? This feels like an unarmed strike. Go ahead and give me an unarmed strike.
If it has the attack trait, then I just can't do it. because I already did a confident finisher with
Oh, that just means you can't do another finisher. You can still do more attacks, yeah.
Okay, then yeah, sure.
No, you can't do anything with the attack trait.
Is that true? Am I wrong?
Read the thingy.
Finishers, once you use a finisher, you can't use attacks that have the attack trait. Okay.
For the rest of your turn.
For the rest of your turn, you're right.
Finisher.
I would like to argue that because of the way that I built his hand to be a lighter, that's like a
manipulate trait, not an action.
Yeah.
I think you know what? I'm gonna go read real quick how a torch would handle this, because this feels very similar. Let's go find out.
Is it an attack roll to flick a lighter?
Is it an attack roll to flip someone off?
You know what? Let's get some dice involved. Give me a d20 on a 6 or higher. I'll let you do it as just a straight up manipulate, not an attack.
All right.
I like this. I want this to work.
I want it to work too.
Same. It's gonna resist it.
Ah!
Excellent. Yeah. So the reason this is not an attack is because this thing's energy is kind of suffused throughout its entire space, so you don't have to really hit shit. You just reach your hand in there, flick it, and there is a fireball that erupts in the center of the room. It begins to burst into flames, and although it seems to resist the damage, it has an effect that becomes apparent to you very quickly. When its little visage that it made to scare you guys begins to fade away, the fire remains and reveals its location, obviously, to all of you. It is effectively no longer benefiting from invisibility because it is a very visible fireball.
Hey, we're no longer off guard to it.
Correct. That removes everyone's off guard except for Branch, who still doesn't have a shadow.
What are you waiting for? Fucking finish it off!
All right. Excellent. That is 3 actions, and bring us back up to the top with Jane.
Oh boy, okay, well this changes everything. I can see this thing now.
I like time.
I love time so much. Alright, I'll start by sending my free magic missile toward it.
Goddamn, it doesn't resist any of that because it's all 4.
Yeah, and for that reason I'm thinking about just using my whole turn for more magic missiles, but I don't know, that feels stupid. I'm going to then, having just pointed at Narafi and spun my top to go super duper fast to speed him up, point at the poltergeist that I can now finally see, and cause it to spin the other direction. Slow, slow, slow. I will cast this, and I will also, as I'm doing it, with my other hand, pull the pocket watch out and apply a +1 item penalty to his saving throw.
Excellent.
As my reaction.
I need you to roll a d6. Oh, this also... Okay, let me read on some things real quick. Let me pray on something for a moment. First of all, let me read how your watch works. As you use your watch for this, it goes off, but then you feel the energy is drained from your watch. It is effectively on a 1-week cooldown, if you want to just mark that down somewhere.
Oh, Jesus, a week?
1 week cooldown.
Understood.
A week? Well, we have a lot of travel time.
Then,
yeah, it's all good. I just...
fort save with a -1. That's an 8, which I think is still just a regular fail. It becomes slowed 1 for a minute.
How do I find my DC? Oh, it's 16, I see it. So close to a crit fail.
So close to a crit. Still though, slowed 1, it loses 1/3 of its action economy.
That's good.
Okay, sweet. Dope. Fun, radical. That is my 2 actions. That first magic missile happened for free. I will use my final action to just... I think I'm just going to launch another magic missile at this thing since force damage works on it. Hey, nice. 5 points left. Force it down. Okay, cool. I believe that is all for my turn.
Excellent. This shrieking ball of fire begins to fade away, still barely visible to faces, but very visible to fireball. Narafi, you are up.
Right. Oh boy. You see that point, those emerald lights kind of point toward where his mask is. Yeah, he goes over here and flanks. And he's been notably very quiet the entire time. Not saying anything. Until he leans in and takes a strike. This is with fear, it's gonna suck. Yeah.
The flames lick around your hand as this thing just separates its form around the blade. It goes wide.
And it's going to, let's see what we've got here. In my inventory. It's already 2 actions. I think he's going to pull out a scroll. You know what? I think he's just going to go toward the mask and just kind of. Can I piddly actually look down to see if it's broken?
Absolutely.
Okay.
In fact, if you're just looking to see if it's broken, that's essentially free. It appears to be in shape. It is not just a mask, it is a helmet. It is designed to be durable.
Yeah. I think he's a little relieved at that. And that's his turn.
Alright, wonderful.
My fear goes down by 1.
That brings us to Kaz.
I have a
Sorry,
crooked
really
action, I forgot.
Sorry, you finish your turn.
Yeah, sorry, fucking let me just throw this thing at it. Sorry, that's map -5, so -5 from that.
Understood. Okay. That is a miss. And yeah, your frightened should go down by 1 at the end of each of your turns.
I was misunderstanding how this magic wand works. I fucked it up. I don't get to do that for free on my turn. So he gave him back 5 hit points.
Okay,
And I will just hold my last action for next turn.
Got it. Okay, perfect. There we go. Now we're back to Kaz.
Okay. Seeing this thing start to snatch my shadow out from my throat, Kaz looks very pissed off and a little scared, and he's like, "Hey, cut that shit out! I've got enough going on already." And I'm just gonna beat the shit out of it, hopefully.
Excellent.
Or not.
14 is a miss. Kaz is 12. Oh no, Kaz. Damn.
Wow.
Yeah. This thing, every time you swing, it just kind of jerks to the other side, and each time it does, you feel the tightness around your neck begin to tug a little bit tighter and tighter. It seems to flicker with the dancing lights. It's hard to track. I think that's all 3 actions, yeah?
Yep.
It'll get hard.
You guys don't have to make everything I do weird. Okay, Poltergeist is slowed. Gross. 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 It only has 2 actions. Normally it would slip back into invisibility, but it is a ball of fire, so it is, it has its location revealed. Well,
I like the little fire already put on.
yeah, it's kind of fancy. Thankfully, Telekinetic Storm is exactly 2 actions, and it's its strongest tool, so I think we're just going to do that and hold still. So here we go, top to bottom, let's go. 1 for Kaz. 19. Hits for 8 points of slashing damage. Shadow. Hits for... Oh my god, big damage. 7. Narafi.
Wait, what? Which of those attacks are on me?
The top one is on you. You got hit with a 19 for 8 points of slashing.
Okay, it should have just been an 18, I think, because my frightened went down. That's how that works.
Oh, let's see, is your frightened in here? Yes,
It
that
was
is
before I
correct.
took it off.
Yeah. So that should be effectively an 18, yeah.
Then I'm gonna nimble dodge that, which will make it a miss.
Perfect. Excellent. That
I
is
think,
nice.
right? There's 16 syllab. If it meets it, is it hit? And this
Oh,
is-
yeah, meets his beat on IC.
Okay,
Yeah.
Then
Yep.
I'll just save my reaction.
Okay, understood. Narafi, 23 hits for 12 points.
I'm also
Great.
realizing another thing. These are attacks. Do they have map?
They all apply map at the end.
Yeah, okay, that makes
Right.
sense. 12 damage.
Let me post it again just to be sure, but I'm pretty sure I'm not lying. Counts 1 attack for the Poltergeist multi-attack penalty. Yep.
Yeah.
Doesn't increase until after
That's
all
right.
the attack.
And the last one is on
Branch.
branch.
21 on branch hits for. Oh god, that's a 12.
God, so much.
17.
So
Well,
much fucking damage.
You tempted God, so here we are. And finally on Jane. That's a miss.
So
Jane's
much.
lucky as fuck with these. It is slowed. It can't do a third action. That brings us to the Shadow, who really would love to get another Shadow to help. So here we go. First action. Yoink. Critical hit.
Hold on.
Great.
Wait, no, don't. What do you mean, hold on?
Not till next round, it isn't.
Oh, no! I will also say, Kaz, that is a critical hit that you can turn into a regular hit with your reaction if you'd like.
Definitely would like to. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Let me make a note that there is a regular hit happening to you next turn.
If it's just a regular hit, I'll let it happen.
Okay.
It's a crit.
Wow.
Under-
Yeah, he's
I'm gonna save it for when we really need it.
Stealing my shadow.
That's fine. These things happen.
okay,
Fine. Wow. Great. Thanks.
understood. Alright, Kaz. Oh, piddly damage. 7 points of damage. However, it uses its second action to continue stealing your shadow. You're up to enfeebled 2. You feel the shadow rip free all the way up to about the middle of your forehead and down to your sternum. It essentially has this like big chunk of it in its grasp. Third action is going to try to pull some more with Matt. That misses. Gross. That brings us to Brant.
Okay. So I get to use this for the first time. The branch looks at the fucking poltergeist now revealed on fire and sees that it's between kinda him and like the chair and devises a fucking plan to try and squish it between the two for more damage. So like so this means like I need a fucking roll now for this attack, right?
Yeah, so let me see here. When you assess the weaknesses, choose a creature you can see, roll a d20. If you strike later on, you must use a result of the roll instead of rolling. When you do the substitution, you can also add your int instead of your strength or dex if it's better. But I'm guessing your dex is probably better than your int.
My dex is better.
Okay, so effectively, you get to pre-roll your attack and decide if you want to use it later.
All right.
And if you do use it later... Okay, so you know that this attack is going to miss. What would you like to use your second and third actions for instead?
I'll build up some panache by wrapping the chain around my foot in this somewhat stylish manner and try and fucking kick it normally with the panache chain.
Perfect. Also, real quick, what is your current lead? What are you currently pursuing a lead on? Forget.
It was Thernaliacs and just objects of power to be found in,
Okay,
in
understood.
that area.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right, carry on.
I love tempting God.
Well, you have a third action. You can try again if
Good
you want.
Lord. No, I used one of my actions for.
Oh, that's right. Right. Okay, excellent. Yeah. There's just so much going on. There's fire everywhere.
Well, I mean, I'll still get half damage if I use the fucking confident finisher, which I probably should have declared. Never mind, I fucked it up. It's fine.
All right. Perfect. Also, the confident finisher consumed your panache, so you didn't have one to use anyway.
I built up panache with my first action device stratagem, second action build up panache, and third action was.
I see.
Yeah.
I see. I got you.
But I forgot to declare it, so.
Totally. All right, Shane's up.
Oh god, me again?
Yeah.
This combat is so fast.
Imagine only having 4 players. It's crazy.
Right, this is wild. Alright, I have 4 actions this turn because I held my one last turn.
Beautiful.
The fuck am I gonna do with them?
Two
Guys, I don't
spells.
take spells for combat.
Oh, right.
You also can't do 2 spells anyway.
You can with 2 actions. Oh, wait,
With
is that
the
a thing?
You cannot.
Yeah,
no,
if you
not
do-
with held.
The homebrew held thing, it has to be used for a single action. For the record, you could do a single action spell.
Right.
Right. I just can't do the
Can't be part of an
action spells, which would
activity.
be so nice. Okay, I will start by. Oh, good. I think that I will look towards. Let's go towards Kaz and begin to cast. Actually, you know what? Fuck that. No, I'm gonna look towards the shadow over there and cast a spell.
No, stop it. He wants a shadow friend.
Maybe we should bully the ads first. Let's see if we can
Oh,
kill
let
the shadow.
me have more ads. I want more ads. No, stop it. That's a fail. It is also slow.
All right, and then here is a magic missile at the start of my turn that goes towards it for free.
To the poltergeist.
I'm
Or
gonna
to
do
the
this with shadow, actually.
Okay, understood. Blessed.
Balls. Okay, and then boy, I can't do phase bolt because it's 2 actions. Love to have some 1-action spells. Love to. I'm not going to shoot these ghosts with my gun. Sorry.
No biggie. Figuring what to do with that list.
Right.
You could. Oh, I want to shit.
I'm trying to figure out what to do now too because I'm adding roleplay to this decision.
Right, that's the worst.
And I'm like, oh, God, I gotta waste actions doing this shit. Okay.
I think I'm just gonna have to shoot this ghost with my gun. So I'll start by casting Sure Strike, because I get a quick glimpse of that shadow over there's next move that he's about to make.
Excellent.
And then I level the gun that Kaz gave me towards it. Piddly action to draw it, I guess.
Roll again.
That's a hit, but you can roll again for a crit.
Ah, so close.
All right, that's a
18.
hit.
This almost certainly won't damage it, but
Yeah, unfortunately, the bullet just kind of splashes through the shadow. There's a ping off of one of the walls in the back. It hit, but it just didn't catch enough energy to do meaningful damage.
Yeah.
okay. Well, we got the slow off. That's what matters.
Yeah. All right. That brings us to Narathi.
And he did covering fire. Piddly action, pick up helmet. 1 action, strap it back on.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And then he's like, okay. Let's get back to work.
Question.
Yeah.
What does what happens with the hieroglyph as he puts his mask back on?
For free, you see that it kind of just like steps up tight against the back of his neck to make room as the helmet comes back on.
Yeah.
It seems to be compliant.
I think I've already done an exploit vulnerability on the shadow before.
I believe so, yeah. I think you've done
They're
both.
the same creature. So I think it doesn't. It's not the same creature, but it applies to creatures.
Same
with
type, yeah.
Its type, yeah. It doesn't have a weakness, so I think it still has to do. Let me read what personal antithesis does. The creature. If it's a tyrant. No, because it doesn't have a mortal weakness. I think it doesn't take it because this isn't currently a creature I have exploited vulnerability on.
Gotcha. I see.
If it had a weakness, it would apply, but
Right,
this
right,
one
right.
actually doesn't.
I'm. Boy, give me a d20. You want a 9 or higher?
I fucking rolled 2d20 actually.
We'll take the first
Take
one.
the first one.
Oh, they're both higher anyway. You find
Okay.
when you come over to this thing, it shares the personal antithesis, which is your mask.
Oh.
So
That's
you can
neat.
you can treat it as if it had the same personal antithesis as the other shadow that you did.
Okay, cool. They have personal vendettas against me. I get it. Let's go. It's off guard. Let's attack.
That is a hit because of off guard. I didn't have it on in time.
Yay.
God, ow.
For 22. Plus 5.
Plus 5 minus 5, which is
Yeah.
still enough to finish the singing off. You see that it is pulling and pulling. It's got this like shadow of Kaz's neck, like a rubber band, and you cleave through it, and it snaps back, thankfully harmlessly, back into Kaz where it belongs, as this shadow dissipates.
Does it also give Branch's shadow back?
Great question. Let me read how this works. Steel shadow.
Got one, guys.
You sure did. Shadow spawn. Clumsy. Oh my god, you're not just flat-footed, you're supposed to be clumsy too, but you've missed everything anyway. Full-fledged shadow returns shadow.
Damn, Beck. Whatever, you missed everything.
Shadow spawn. Yes, you guys watch as with a roar of light from the fire, the energy from the shadow slinks back over to where it belongs behind Branch. You are no longer enfeebled or clumsy.
And
Nice.
my fear goes away as soon as the mask gets strapped on, which is so very fitting. And you see that the confidence comes back to him. His shoulders stiffen back up, and he goes into a fighting stance. As a skeleton, he was all like, kind of shameful, covering his face even.
Oh, thanks.
And
big
now
guy.
he's back normal. We'll talk after.
Right.
Alright,
That's me.
excellent.
I
That
have
brings
a
us
quick
to-
end. Frick, I keep forgetting.
Oh yeah, you sure
I,
do.
I flag for Branch.
Sounds good.
Yay.
That brings us to Cat.
Does the enfeebled go away that I've got my shadow back?
Great question. I should have looked before I deleted all those shadows. Hang on.
Wow.
I don't think it'll affect you too much, aside from your
I
damage.
use strength to attack.
Oh, you use strength.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry.
I
I thought
haven't
you were
hit
Branch.
anything this whole fucking combat.
You are still enfeebled too. It will drop by 1 every hour. Something that you don't know in character, but we'll just remember together.
By 1 every hour. Wow.
Yeah, so
that's awesome. I
yeah,
love that. I
you get
love
to deal with this for 2 hours.
Oh, hold on. Let me check my feats.
That's fine.
Probably have something for this. God, okay. Yeah. Okay, cool.
I can probably fix him if not.
Yeah, this seems fine and fitting anyway. I need to use a whole action to step up within range to do anything anyway, so I'm going to get right up there, and then kind of mirroring the action that Branch just did.
Well,
With my free hand, I'm going to kind of like snap my fingers, very like Colonel Roy Mustang style. How about a little fire, Scarecrow?
Hell yeah.
I'm going to cast it.
Colonel Roy Mustang is such an anime American name. Oh god. Yeah, it's flat-footed. Give me a roll. Kaz.
Kaz, please!
Do you want to use a hero point? It's up to you.
Yeah, I might as well.
Hey, there we go.
There we
That's a
go.
hit.
Kaz does one cool thing this whole combat.
He sure does. I'm so proud of him.
You're right, Mustang. Then it's fine. Ah,
7 whole damage. Yeah, great. It's fine. This is his first time casting the spell. It's a little clumsy anyway, even without all the enfeebled and stuff. I imagine. I'm still gonna describe it because ignition has this cool caveat that if you cast it within melee range, you can like attack with that, and your damage increases to a d6. So I imagine that like normally he like snaps his fingers and there's just like a spark of fire within 30 feet. But when he does it this way, he kind of snaps and pulls his hand back at the same time, and it like forms a little. Let's just say it forms a little like a little flare that's like vaguely card shaped that he just then jabs.
Oh.
Love that. Love that a whole bunch. This
7 whole damage.
This blade of fire sinks through. You watch as shadows are ripped free from it. It's almost as if the light from the card is like chasing the shadow away until it just sizzles off like steam. Wonderful. I think that so the persistent is only on a critical hit, but it still does take the 7 there. Perfect. Let's see. Is that all 3 actions?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. That brings us to the Geist, who also forgot to do a thing when Narafi moved up.
Yeah, you can do it now.
I'm going to do it now because I forgot. Reaction.
Throw a bottle at
I'm
me.
going to throw a bottle at you.
Is that a free action?
It's a reaction.
Reaction?
Which I don't
It's a
think is affected by slow.
Is it affected by attack of opportunity?
Yeah, it's an
No.
attack.
Oh, no.
You don't take attacks of opportunity on attacks. It's crazy.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're totally right.
Is it manipulate action?
If it's a crit fail against certain swashbucklers with defeat, they can reactive strike against it.
It is attack magical occult. It is not a manipulate action.
Holy shit!
So I lied straight to your
23
face. This does not trigger opportunity attacks.
Yeah.
Oops. What did I deal 20? I dealt 23 damage to the audience. I'm so sorry.
Alright, Twitch.
The massive damage
I
immediately
will
kills
Twitch.
them.
Shut the screen down.
Sorry, Steve.
I gave myself damage. It's fine.
Text is incredible.
Amazing.
It's he dealt slashing damage. What did he throw at me?
We said a bottle. I'm a fan of a bottle.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
punch
yeah,
the
a bottle.
damage.
This place is probably full of bottles.
All right, excellent. Well, it's still slowed, and that doesn't go away, so it's going to use 2 actions to telekinetic storm. This one might. This is a concentrate action. I don't think concentrate triggers opportunity attacks either. I think it's only manipulate and move.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Let's see. Telekinetic storm, penalty 2, and Kaz. Good luck. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Miss on Kaz.
Yeah.
Narafi. Hey, let's go.
Now I will delay consequence.
Yep, that seems wise. All right, Narafi.
It's like going to get critted.
Yeah, you were about to get critted.
Shut.
Does this count as a ranged attack?
It is a range attack, yeah.
Oh, then that triggers an attack of opportunity.
Oh, yeah, you're totally
Like,
right.
goes in
your
your-
reach, use
Oh
a
my
manipulate
God.
action or a move action, makes a ranged attack, or leaves a square during a move action.
Yeah, you're totally
Hey.
right. Hey, I was right.
Let's
for
beat
on
this
accident.
fucker up, Brant.
Yeah, beat him up. Let's go.
We both look at each other and say, what do we do to synchronize? What do we fucking...
Fist bump.
Yeah, sure. All right.
We're close. Oh, we're not close enough for it.
Well, we're both right next... Oh, yeah, we're not.
You could
I'll
fist
just- I'll
bump
just-
through it. You could, like, punch into it and fist bump in the middle.
Well, yeah. We can use our fucking fire-based shit, like, in the middle of it and light it on fire at the same time. to get
Yeah, but I'm
that.
gonna try to attack it with my sword.
Yeah, same. I'm gonna use my chain.
Please,
You can
for the love
bump
of God,
weapons
Kaz.
in the middle.
Yeah.
Please, God, for the love of God, Kaz, please, I beg you, please.
Do you want me to go first so that
That's fine.
go?
It's fine, I already rolled.
God damn it.
I'll be right back.
Good luck.
Sorry. We'll be back after these messages.
Perfect. Amazing.
Are we too cool, guys? Keep missing.
It's almost like we're trying to punch a go.
Continuing down the line, here's one on Branch. Hit for,
Does
oh
attack of-
my god, 18 damage.
Hell yeah. Okay, does attack of opportunity trigger with all of these or just the ones that are...
No,
It
just once.
It does, but you only have one reaction.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Bring it
finally,
back.
Jane. There we go. We finally hit Jane. We got her. We got her. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that's 3d20. Oh, no, it's
Oh
not.
my god.
We're good. 19
Jesus
damage
H.
on Jane.
Christ.
Guys.
We're just covered in forks.
Boy, it is still slowed, so that is all it can do. Its turn. That brings
Why
us
there's
to
so
Bran.
many forks in this bar?
There is a lot of fucking forks.
Okay. This time, I'm just gonna do, because I get extra damage for both stratagem and panache, right? And it doesn't change.
Correct. There's no rule that says you can't stack the bonus damage from those two things. Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Okay. So once again, I'm gonna fucking try and devise a stratagem to see if I can intimidate this thing enough by swinging at it to back into Narathi and probably fucking stab itself on one of the Narathi's shark bits.
Love it, love it, love it.
Wait, wrong thing. Shit. This one. Yeah. And just roll d20.
Yep. There you go. If you make an attack, you can use a natural 15 for it.
Will my bonuses be added onto that?
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, you could probably just roll your attack if you want. It's probably easier.
All right. And I still have panache from last time, so I'm just gonna use a fucking from Narathi's roll earlier. Would he be able to know if these things are affected by off guard and shit like that?
They're definitely affected by off guard, and they are not resistant. They don't ignore precision damage, which a lot of undead do. So they're gonna have just a flat 5 resistance to all of it because you're not using force damage or a ghost touch weapon, but everything else is fine.
Then I'll use my unbalancing finisher this time to fucking fuck it up.
Excellent.
And yeah, I'll just roll with the chain.
So it's a natural 15 plus whatever your bonuses are here. You can go and roll it, and we'll see what that is.
Yeah, I'm switching the fucking pages. I can't find. Oh, there it is. Wait, no, that's not it.
Should be under actions.
Actions, yeah. Shit,
Yeah.
sorry.
You're good. So thankfully, you already rolled this one ahead of time. 15 plus 5 is 20, which is a hit. You can go ahead and roll damage.
Yep.
It's just insulting at this point.
Yeah, it really is.
And I mean,
Our rolls have been really bad today.
it'll still get off guard and the precision damage from strategy. Okay.
Correct, yeah. So I don't know if the precision damage is built in. It looks like it is not. So you can go ahead and roll another 2d6 on top of that.
All right.
And then I forget what the bonus is for your investigator stratagem. Devise a stratagem.
I don't think they stack anyway.
Everything we were looking at kind of says that they did.
Precise strike, you only take the highest of them usually.
Even if it's coming from 2 different sources.
Yeah.
If you have a link,
Depends. Yeah.
I'll look this up between sessions, but if you have a link, hit me, because I think I looked and I didn't find anything like that, and I also kind of told Branch that, so we'll need to redo some build stuff if I was wrong.
I'll look up for sure. You got the dedication, not the full class, right?
Yeah.
Because I know the rogue one is okay, if you have a higher one, use the higher one and not this one.
Interesting. Okay. If I told you wrong, we'll keep doing it for this session because I lied to your face, and then we'll fix it between sessions.
Feg is a busy man.
True.
Yeah.
15 plus 8, 23, minus 5 resistance, that is 18 points of damage.
And more, and then the last precision damage from the fucking.
Oh, right, yeah, from the thing. How much is that?
Yeah, I think it's just 1d6 right now. Since,
Perfect.
Yeah. 2!
2 more damage.
2 more damage.
All right.
Last action, build up more panache. I'll fucking rip a fork out of my neck and glare at it to try and build up panache again.
Excellent.
Yeah. Just roll for performance really quick. Or acrobatics, yeah. Yeah. Why can't everything just be on one page? That's probably a terrible idea.
That's what the hot
Where
is
are
for
they-
down the bottom.
Yeah.
Why are they giving me the legacy version? Give me the new one.
18, I believe that's against its perception DC. It would be any DC that it has. That is a success. You get your panache back.
Okay, nice.
That brings us back to the top to Jane.
Alright, first free magic missile.
5 damage.
Sweet. Second, Branch, you land that huge hit on this thing. Jane points over at you. The top starts to spin backwards, and you feel like a VHS rewind in your head. You feel your weapon pull back out of this thing. Yourself take a step back, and then you swing for it again and make the same attack again.
Oh hell! With all the same damage.
Oh shit!
No, you have to you roll another attack and make another attack on it. Essentially.
Make it start.
Okay. Well, but
Makes any decisions. Roll.
I have no idea how that'll fucking interact with the stratagem and
Me either.
I really appreciate the sentence.
You just used a reaction to do this, by the way. Sorry.
Okay.
I really like this sentence. Using the spell requires remembering what your ally did, and if you don't remember the details, the DM might not let you do it. That's pretty fun.
Right.
I'm a fan of that.
Somebody use this exactly right after somebody's turn and under no other circumstances.
Nor can it use limited resources. Panache is not a limited resource. Different target. So pull through, destabilize it.
Panache is a limited resource. You have to gain it.
That's kind of true. It's more of a stance than a reason. I'll look that up between sessions. For now, I'm going to allow it.
Yeah, so then, if I attack again, it's going to be a fucking confident finisher this time.
Perfect. Excellent. Then that is a miss, but you still get to add half of your 2d6.
Okay.
And that will consume your panache.
Alright. Get
Let me make a note to look that one up.
5.
I think it resists all that.
It sure
It's worth a
does.
shot.
It was worth a shot, but unfortunately it does resist all of that damage.
All right, Beck, tell me about what this means when it says once per day plus overcharge.
So overcharge is a special thing you can do with wands and staves, where in the morning when you prepare your spells, you dump some of your own mana into the wand or staff so that you can use it more. It's a way to trade your own spell slots for more use of a wand or staff. Which is probably not necessary for a wand of magic missile, since you can just cast magic missile with your
I
own
thought
spell slot.
overcharge meant that you can use it one extra time and it just loses its magic powers. I might be thinking of a different thing.
That might be a fight. I'll go look. I'll double check.
It might be a different. I must be misremembering something. The ketchup
what was that
bottle
you said
thing.
about? I can't cast it with my own spells because I don't have this spell. Are you saying
Yeah.
I can just spend my own spells to cast spells from a wand?
Here we go. Overcharging a wand. I think Frisk is right. I think this is a different thing. After the spell is cast from the wand of the day, you can attempt to cast it one more time, overcharging it at the risk of destroying it. You cast it again, then you roll a DC 10 flat check. On a success, the wand breaks. So on a 10 or higher, it breaks. Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. On a success, it is only broken. On a failure, it is fully destroyed. So either way, you're not going to be able to use it for a while, but it's a matter of can you repair it or is it gone
Oh
forever?
yeah, Kaz can repair it normally, I guess, with a 10-minute crafting check if he has the ability to repair magic items.
No, it's all good. I'll so I can spend my own spell slots to cast Force Barrage from this wand. Is that what you're saying? Aside from the overcharge thing.
So aside from the overcharge thing, you can definitely do that with staves. I'll have to look and see if you can do that with wands. That might be a staff thing only. And I'm going to try to peel the curtain back. You guys are about the right level to start finding and making personal staves, and those are important for spellcasters. It's going to happen real soon, and we'll
Can
get
James
that
be
set
a
up.
pocket watch instead of a stave?
Yeah, you guys can flavor staves however you want, because staves are lame. Nobody likes wizard staves.
Can't confirm. Can I cheese slightly and say that because I didn't know that, I probably would have put a spell slot or two into this thing at the start of the day?
I'm into it. All out for now because I
can I
also
roll for it?
misunderstood. Sure. Give me you want a 7 or higher flat check. Yeah,
Double.
you're good. I will
You
let
can
you
have
throw
4
a
spell slots in them.
Alright. In that case, I will cast Force Barrage with my last action.
We just make shit up here. We have a good time. That is another 4 points. This thing is still standing, but you can tell that the slow chip damage of the Force and the couple of really big melee hits have started to wear it thin. The bits of it that are still around enough to be on fire are getting thinner and thinner. The light is growing a little dimmer, but there's still just this swirling energy all around you as everything in the entire room rattles. Anything else, Jane, or I think that's all your actions?
Yeah, that's it for me.
All right, that brings us to Narafi.
Pull out free action, another scroll, another sure strike. He wants to be sure this time. And is going to strike it. Thank goodness.
Ooh, just hit.
Roll. Using... Nah, it's still just a hit.
Just a hit.
A 14?
Minus the 5 resistance makes that a 9. It is...
Nope, plus 5.
Oh, damn, right. Absolutely. How do you want to do it?
I think he leans in, he puts his hand behind the poltergeist's neck, and for just a moment he can feel it. He turns it around, pushes his forehead against its forehead, and he just says, "Rest now, brother." And shanks him right in the stomach.
Some Narafi shit. Yeah, there's just this... As the energy dissipates, the bit of mana that was tethering this restless, awakened undead soul to this world is severed. And you watch as a little bit of faint, sparkling, necromantic energy drifts off, glimmers up towards the sky, and the last bit of fire extinguishes, leaving you alone in this room once more. And then, about 4 seconds later, a wine bottle smacks you across the head for 8 points of damage.
It was a crit, so 16.
Oh yeah, that's right. 16 points of damage. Wish to God that was enough to knock you out. It would be so good.
I think it smacks him across the mask. Oh god, I did say a thing about critting, didn't I? Yeah, it breaks the mask.
Oh shit, yeah, you go to all the trouble to get the mask back on, and then this huge crack forms down the left eye. And you guys can see, now that everything has gone quiet, just bits more of that bone, bits of glowing etched runes, the bits of emerald.
Kaz definitely stares for a second, and he's just like, "You want me to try and fix that when we have some time?"
I think Narfi just pulls out a chair and sits down. And just like takes a breather and just says,
Same.
"Yeah,
Yeah.
everyone all right? Why are you naked?"
What?
Oh, look, hold on. You were naked for a moment on my screen, and then you were unnaked again. And sitting.
So, you gonna explain that?
He does a sigh. And you can tell now that these sighs are more of a... He doesn't sigh to draw in breath or because it's exasperated or anything. He sighs to calm himself. To kind of remind himself, like, yeah, I'm still technically alive. Even though I don't breathe. He's gonna take the mask off and kind of lay it on top of the table.
When you do, Narafi, I think this is now when you realize that kind of tucked into the back of the mask is this hieroglyph, the one that has appeared a couple of times to you, including in your recent vision. And it is just kind of got its hand pressed against the crack that has formed, and then it kind of like looks towards you quietly.
It's you.
It looks at you, it doesn't say anything.
He's not sure how long that hieroglyph has been there.
I don't think I'm going to like verbally pry or anything, but just observing this thing, can I do a little bit of identify magic on it?
Absolutely.
Pry.
You can do this with...
Quick identification.
Can you do this with any of your schools of magic?
I just picked up a shirt identification, but I don't know if this is relevant right now.
Just means you can't misidentify cursed and you can't critically fail to identify.
Okay.
I'll tell you above the board, if your religion is good, you'll get a better response from religion than from Arcana here, but you'll still get something on Arcana.
Yeah, my religion is very, very bad. My Arcana and Occultism are both about the same.
Okay, perfect.
Which one? I'll do Arcana. That's
They're
what
about the
Jason's
same, yeah.
Up to.
With the 20, it certainly seems to be some sort of a magical creation. You can tell that there's a lot of magical energy in this thing. It doesn't seem to have a material form, and it seems to exist within surfaces, kind of like that one Zelda game that came out, like, oh fuck, it's probably been a decade now. But, you know, the one where he, like, slaps himself up into walls and walks across walls and around corners and stuff. This little hieroglyph of a Leonin woman seems to just sort of translate itself across solid surfaces. You get the vibe that it is some sort of a magical creation, possibly a familiar or a spirit or something like that. That's all you really get on a 20.
Yeah, we gotta stamp this one out too. You seem mildly calm with it around.
He doesn't say anything.
Why the mask? If you don't mind my asking. We've got Foster with us. It's not like surrounded by people that wouldn't understand what you are.
I know that. The mask. It wasn't just to hide me, it was for me. And just touches the crack. Narafi was a friend of mine.
You're not Narafi?
He shakes his head.
I mean, I don't think any of us knew Narafi. Don't know who you was trying to fool.
Myself. It's not easy coming back to whatever this is. Everything's different. The air feels different, smells different, light looks different. Narafi was confident. Once upon a time, we played the game of Mass together. And it was a comforting game. It was more than a game. To me, it was freedom. It meant I didn't need to be me.
I
Just kind
remember.
of sticks the Kopesh into the ground and puts his hands on his face and leans into the desk.
I remember the game of Mass pretty well when you took us there the first time. Or Hopper, I guess. It's just a bunch of dorks playing out fantasies for their entire own life. You know, if you took any living person doing that, you'd honestly try and say that they're fucking wasting time pretending to they're heroes when they're actually just, I don't know, a bunch of nerds, right?
And what if you were forced to be a hero?
Boy,
What
what
if
if you were
you're
forced to be anything?
What if your entire life you fought to save the lives of others? You fought a war you didn't start. You rallied men and women to die for a cause you don't really believe in. What if you didn't have a choice?
I know I'm giving you your moment of time to shine here, but for what you
Shine.
know about me, Do you really think that I don't know what that's like? I'm just a little surprised that this is what's been going on with you. Seems so forthright, so confident all the time, and now you're crumbling because you're not Narafi.
I was never Narafi. That was just an homage. To an old friend.
And all that stuff about your mother and the sparring match. Is any of that you, or is that all Narafi too?
That was his story. Something he'd tell me when he was drunk. He rarely drank.
Is that your familiar or an illusion or something? She's kind of looking at the hieroglyph.
I honestly haven't a clue. I've seen her from time to time, and she bears a striking resemblance to... Another deep breath. I don't know what she is. Can I do a check now to figure out if I know what she is?
Certainly. Absolutely you can. And also any... Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm probably not going to give results for this right away, but anybody who was with the group that went to Del Muerto can also give me a society or perception check.
Okay.
And I'm going to make a note of it for when it comes up later, or if it comes up later.
Would you like Arcana?
For you, it would probably be society.
It's my worst one.
Or religion. Society or religion.
Esoteric lore.
Yeah, that's true. It's esoteric lore.
It's esoteric lore.
Nice.
It's this -2, but the DC is also 2 lower.
Wonderful. So effectively back up to a 23. 23, absolutely. You would be aware that this is how a lot of... How do I put this? Ghosts take on many forms, undead take on many forms, spirits take on many forms, and a lot of it is regional. When a person dies and their soul is ripped from their afterlife back to the material plane for one reason or another, it usually takes on a form that is influenced by their culture. And it is the culture of Unma for a lot of undead to appear as etchings and hieroglyphs and writings like this. This is almost certainly the ghost of somebody from Unma, or at least somewhere near that region. You would know with the 23, ghosts are typically... They exist for a reason, either because they have unfinished business or because somebody has disturbed their body. They don't just, you can't just waltz back to the material plane for no reason. There must be some sort of reason that it is here and that it keeps appearing with you. But all you can really say with any confidence is this is probably the ghost of somebody who died in Unma, or near Unma.
How detailed is it?
Not terribly. Let me skip past that question. What are you fishing for? What are you trying to get from looking at its details?
Can I tell if it's someone familiar?
For that, you can give me either perception or society.
I'll have to do perception. There's so many ghosts lately.
No, you can definitely tell it's female. They're wearing nice garb. They were probably wealthy, a noble of some sort, or a merchant, or something like that. They are notably not wearing a mask, which means probably not a merchant prince or a lord. Just some other wealthy Leonin woman.
I'm going to assume it's someone else who probably lost their life in the war. And I'm just going to nod at her in acknowledgement, and I'm not sure what to say to her. I'm sorry.
She kind of looks back to you, and although she doesn't speak, she does kind of give a quick nod, very formal, very businesslike. And when you say, I'm sorry, she looks to the crack and then to the buckle, and she kind of pats them and nods to you again.
He can't smile like this because it's all teeth. But there's a slight inclination of his head that suggests like he's grimacing. I suppose my game of masks is over. I should introduce myself. It would be rude not to after you've all spilled your guts to me. Granted, everyone's a little drunk.
Oh, we all had guts to spill. It's fine if you're a little hesitant.
I'm gonna need someone to put mine back in.
I've got that. Here, take a swig. This flask.
Gracias, mujer.
Recover 18 from the flask.
Okay.
And then I'm going to try to start treating Kaz as enfeebled.
Perfect. There's no time pressure here, so you can roll if you'd like, but essentially over the next hour or two of conversation, Kaz, you are able to come down from this.
Yeah, I have...
The enfeeblement.
Yeah, normally it takes, was it a check every hour?
I believe so, yeah. Or, well, it just automatically drops by an hour.
Yeah. I can speed that up with Treat Condition.
Oh, excellent. Perfect. Then actually, only after like 10 or 20 minutes. Give me a roll. We'll see if it's 10 or 20.
Sure. It's like two actions each. So I think it's medicine checks versus the DC.
Oh, there's not a cooldown on this. Jesus Christ.
No.
Oh shit. Then yeah, go for it.
It just eventually happens, I guess.
Yeah, it sure does.
Oh, very nice of you.
I believe the DC was 17. I'll look it up if it's close.
First one is a fail. It's just, putting bombs on it.
There
Natural
we
20
go.
subtracts it by 20. There you go.
So yeah.
I hate to do this to you, Frisk, but it feels very fitting for Kaz as a character. While you're treating him, he just very, casually picks up your mask while it's on the table and starts looking at it.
Give me a perception or a crafting check.
It doesn't seem to mind.
Baby, you know it's going to be crafted. I want to try to fix this. That's why I picked it up.
Perfect.
Everyone here gets treatment over 10 minutes, so here's a roll for everyone.
Jane
He's just talking to her. Yeah, that's fair. He's like,
if
do you
that's
want...
over to her, she just says, I'm alright, I can take care of myself.
Alright. You can drink from this flask. It's unintrusive.
Sure, thanks.
That's just a flat 18.
18 hit points?
Yeah, flat 18 hit points
Jeez,
from the flask.
That's so much.
Every 10 minutes.
Can I get one of those too?
It only works every 10 minutes, but you can get one of these.
Oh.
And one of these
That
for
damage
Branch.
or healing?
That's healing.
Man.
And this is for Branch.
Oh, 21.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, this is my fault for stepping away, but did Narafi say anything about who this hieroglyph is to him after all that?
He just kind of looked down at it for a while, quietly, and was like... He eventually just said, I'm sorry. As if he resorts to apologizing every time he sees someone who's a ghost. Or someone who's undead.
Right.
Just healing myself. 22.
Kaz, as you begin to study this mask, it is of remarkable make. It seems to be well made. It is both very valuable and decorative and also very functional. It serves as a helmet, which means it is probably steel that has been reinforced and plated with gold, which is not to say that it is not valuable. There's enough gold on there that it is also very valuable. Just gold alone wouldn't make good armor, so it is not just gold. It is in the shape of a lion or a leonin. It has sort of this big crest over its forehead, indicative of wealth. You can tell that it is designed to properly deflect blows to the face to protect the ears. It has a covering that comes back over the neck. I'm trying to think if there's anything that would be like very unique to this because it is Narafi's.
I think it would be. I think we mentioned this. It has a minor enchantment, so that you can't really look past the eyes and see a skeleton inside.
Correct, and I think there was also like I don't want to reveal too much. I know that you had stuff elsewhere on your body that kind of helped sell that. But you can definitely tell at the very least. There's a little magic on this to kind of make it harder to see what's under the mask.
Okay. I imagine because I'm like looking at it, I can figure all that out anyway. But if there's any other,
you probably see some odd straps you're not sure what go onto. And if you look at Narafi's armor, there are some weird tubing sticking out from under the bandages.
Okay, wonderful. If we're revealing, there are contraptions hidden inside of this thing that simulate muscle movement and also are filled with fake blood, like dyed water that can be released with a trigger. Narafi has gone to tremendous lengths to be able to disguise himself as living if need be.
Not squibs. That was good.
Got little squibs.
Yeah, I guess I'd also like to try to fish around for like how old this mask seems to be.
Great question.
Through crafting or like historically or otherwise.
Yeah, it is certainly well worn. It's well loved. It is still functional. It's not so old that it has become unusable. It's probably been around for at least a few decades. Maybe what did you roll? It was a 24. With a 24, this mask is at least 100 years old, and it has been refurbished. It has been kept maintained because it has been kept in service. But some of the original parts, and especially like the inner, or not the inner lining, but the metal itself, looks like it was worked a very long time ago.
Okay. Does the damage to like the front part of the mask that's cracked like seem like something I could fix?
Oh, for sure. You would need a proper forge and everything, but you can do it for sure.
Cool. Then yeah, that's what I get from that crafting check, and then also I'll just throw this. Just in case that does it.
Trick the magic item.
Sure. What would this? It would be Arcana. Yeah, give me an Arcana check.
Gonna activate it by tricking it.
Yeah, I'd imagine while everybody's talking and Kaz is looking this over and Narafi seems like okay with him, like kind of looking at it and everything. At some point, Kaz like kind of turns to the side and like really looks at this thing and like sees if there's any like enchantments on it and maybe even like tries it on and
Excellent.
It probably doesn't fit like your face shape.
A little big. So I've got a longer snout, I think.
Yeah, there's some.
Baby!
There's your rolls.
You are adept at using magic items, even if they weren't designed for you. You eventually find a proper interface for this thing. And you find that it is tricky. It has a lot of things that are only meant to be activated by someone who is undead, but you are able to easily and masterfully kind of just work past this. And after a couple minutes of study, you essentially have activated like a Jim Henson puppet, where you can like twist a little arcane dial this way in your mind, and when you do, you watch as like the neck muscles tense, and you watch as the Adam's apple kind of drops. You're essentially able to puppet all of the illusions that have been placed onto this expensive mask.
And does that like only affect the motions of the mask, or does it affect Narafi's like body at all? So
it's probably moving his body, which is funny.
Like, is he attuned to this? Like, I only asked because you mentioned that there were like tubes that pumped blood through him.
Right.
Someplace.
Please don't activate my squibs.
I was going to say, we could really discuss how modular this thing is. We just kind of figured out a price and what it would do. I would assume that with a natural 20, you're not able to, like, move Narafi's body for him, but you can, like, twist a little dial and you watch as his collarbone kind of tenses and his neck tenses and his shoulders kind of clench a little. Not actually changing the way his body is moving, but the illusion that his armor and the bandages around him are looking.
Can I activate one of the blood bags?
You know what, on a natural 20? Absolutely.
But yeah, I imagine with a natural 20, I kind of, like, figure out what these do before fiddling with them too much, and I wait for the right moment, and everybody's like around the table drinking and stuff, and I wait until Branch is like lifting his glass up for a nice sip, and then I twist one of these little dials in Narafi's mask, and I make blood like shoot out of his arm right into Branch's face.
I'm sorry. I am so that never happens.
What
What are you doing with that? Don't activate the enchantments.
Sorry.
Is this? No, this is water with red dye, isn't it?
Hey, what's this button do?
There are no buttons. Don't put buttons in them and don't activate them, please.
Cackles. No cackles.
Oh, remember when we first met? I fought you in that fucking makeshift ring. You know, one of the first things I did was wipe fucking the blood that you got off on me, on the U
Right.
back. Yeah. Was this? Was fake? He grilled you about being undead too, and I think I remember you flexed. You really didn't want people finding out.
No.
I think everybody's entitled to some secrets about themselves, yes?
Yeah. This is a lot more than anyone's gone through the lengths. Anyone hero I've seen has gone through any lengths to do.
Jane does that meme of the guy looking to both sides.
Jesse Pinkman stepping his wall.
I don't do it for no reason.
Do we gotta know why now?
I don't know who you or Narafi are or were in, alive times, but for whatever it's worth, you're one of the more confident and better put together men that I've ever met.
That was an act.
That
That was Narafi.
It's a good act, and you can take pride in that too. Even pretending you have your shit together effectively is having your shit together.
You have no idea how helpful it actually is to pretend to be someone who has his shit together.
I wish I could.
It's helped a lot more than I could say, to be honest. It's just, I don't know. There's something about fully believing you're right and having to be right that makes someone confident, I suppose. Even if it's not your acts, not your deeds. I knew what he did and I knew what he was capable of. He liked the game as much as I did. I introduced it to him.
Okay. So what did you do?
Yes, tell us about yourself.
Who's Nadir, you said?
The what?
What's your
Repeat.
fucking... Was it Nadir? Nafi? What?
No, Narafi is my friend. Was my friend.
What's your fucking name? You said it earlier. Can't remember.
I didn't say my
He
name,
hasn't said
though.
it yet.
Oh, he hasn't? Oh, never
No.
mind. I got confused. Sorry.
Well,
If Narafi hasn't, or quote unquote Narafi hasn't taken his helmet back yet, I'm just like staring at this hieroglyph, seeing if it makes eye contact with me too.
Yeah, to the extent that it can, being sort of a 2D thing, you see that it
It's
kind of
gonna
like...
The
it
side
seems-
eye.
Yeah, it's kind of watching you with the mask, not... I guess give me a perception check. Give me an insight check.
so do we all get hero points?
Yes, absolutely. And also, I do want to come back to Branch's question. I don't want to gloss over that one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
where's insight?
A perception.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not a separate skill in this, which I have complicated feelings about. You can tell that it is watching. It's watching the mask intently. It's watching you pretty intently. It's hard to get a read for what it is thinking, but at the very least, you don't get the sense that it's, like, upset. It seems to be just monitoring. It seems to be on guard. It's kind of playing Sentinel. Anyway, back to Branch and Narathi.
Well, the 350 or so odd years ago, they called me the Prince of Light, the Ghost Fang, the Broken Blade of Unma, the Subrisa. I'm Athen Castiago, whom the world will forever judge as Eldermorn.
Fuck yes, I've always been right. Do I know those things?
I forget, were you in the De La Muerto group?
He was.
No, I was not.
No, he was.
Give me a society check.
Can I give you a check to see if I
Absolutely.
remember?
If you were in Delaware, so the DC is
I
like
would-
4.
I was not, but I'll still give you a check.
Absolutely.
That was one of the Vertigo hero points.
I need my pet theory that you're the fucking Deathlit King's son confirmed.
So I will say 17 is enough. 16 is enough. You don't have to hero point that if you want, unless you want to
Okay,
fish
I'll
for a
save it.
crit.
Yeah.
20 is enough.
I was at the museum, but Branch critted because he DC was 4.
Let's see. Ethan Almamorn is an important historical figure for an important war from a few hundred years ago. He would be roughly on par with like a Napoleon Bonaparte or something like that. He was the Leonin son of the Desolate King, the famous necromancer, who eventually built up a rebellion uprising, confronted and defeated him, and was killed in the process. For those of you who were at the museum, which I think is just Branch, you remember the statue.
Yeah, they got your likeness pretty well at the museum. Did they?
He shakes his head. They made me look so heroic there, didn't they? Standing proud, chest out.
That's not how you were. You don't
I
think?
feel like that's pretty warranted. At least you led the uprising against your own father. A lot of people would say you probably saved the world. How could you?
I mean, all the stories I read about you called you a hero. Talked all about the heroic things you did.
I appreciate a humble man, but come on.
That too was a mask. My uncle and I, we started the campaign. We had to do something about this. And Acerbus, he still raised me. There were parts of my life where I still remember him as a kind man, a just man. And just one day, that's all it took. A single bad day reignited the hatred in his heart. And it never truly died. I never stood against him bravely. In that throne room, I wept and begged him to see reason. In the end, I'm still here. All those lives lost. All those men and women convinced we were doing the right thing. We were doing the right thing. But they didn't have to die for it. They didn't have to die for me. For my drama. They didn't even get the job done. He's back. And I have to kill him again. Like doing it the first time wasn't enough.
A lot worse things would have happened if you hadn't done what you done.
I know that. I know what he was. I knew he was a monster. I knew it had to be done. How dare I? How dare I sympathize with the devil? And yet, he's still my father. His bloodline will forever be the chains that bind me to this world. And until this is done, I cannot rest. Until this is done, no one can rest. He just gestures at where the poltergeist was. That's why I wore the mask. If he knew where I was or that I was around again, I think he'd send people. He'd send creatures. He'd send monsters. He'd send. I don't know what he's made in the centuries I was gone. The games are different now. We fought with campaigns, with wars, with skirmishes. Now it's shadows and assassins. I've never done that before. This is all new. Sorry. It's unbecoming.
So what are you gonna do?
What has to be done? Same as I've always done.
Okay. You kill him and he comes back again.
This time I do it right.
And what are you fucking around here for?
I can't do it on my own. It's why I'm here. I'm looking for people who could help me. I'm not recruiting fathers and mothers and children anymore. I'm looking for people who want it, who can afford to lose. It's why I don't ask you. I can't ask you for anything when the world has taken so much from you already.
I'm not fighting anyone else's wars.
Nor am I asking you to.
Sorry, but I don't think you'll find a lot of other people willing to either.
I'm still looking. And if I must do it alone, then so be it. Let me be torn apart again. Let me be the only heart that breaks. He just touches the mask again and kind of puts it on his lap.
You don't have to do it either. If it brings you that much pain, why not just leave it to someone else?
And who else will do this?
Ain't you been reporting back to your uncle or something like that?
Yeah. My uncle is undead, as am I. Risen. New term.
Well, seems like you're the one picking up most of the slack. If you can't trust him to do this work for you.
What sort of man lets someone else do his job for him? This is my father. I will be the one to kill him.
You already fucking did. Come on, give yourself a break. Just for once.
He's still out there. How could I take a break knowing what he's doing? Knowing people... knowing people like Foster at risk.
I think one
Does he
should
know?
not be held accountable for the sins of their fathers, but it is admirable that you are willing to kill your own for his. And I'm willing to help. You scratch my back, I'll help yours.
I appreciate it. Sabian.
Does Foster know?
He knows I'm risen. Just not who I am just yet. I couldn't tell him. I'll have to. Just, I wanted him to live his life a little more as it is before I dragged him into this shit again.
The longer you wait, the less it seems like trying to protect him, and the more it seems like a lie. You should probably tell him sooner rather than later. I think he would help you. They would help you.
He just nods. I don't want him to throw away what he has. Granted, he's already lost so much because of what my father has done. I couldn't deny him the chance to revenge myself. Would you do me the favor of keeping this secret just a little longer?
She nods. It's not mine to share.
Lucius. You know how they saying goes.
This is especially funny because, like, 3 days ago, we did the exact same thing with the exact same phrase.
I know.
We
not
are
stupid sometimes.
kind of drunk.
It's such a good running gag now.
Loose lips sing chips.
I'm never going to be able to say this phrase straight ever again.
Probably been a bunch of 10 minutes. Have another 18 HP, Jane.
Okay.
Labios Carraros. I got no reason to tell to tattle on you.
Wait,
We'd all do well, Nunma.
I'm real good at keeping secrets.
is labio Spanish for lips?
Yeah.
That makes so much sense.
It sounds like labia.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Can I try on your mask?
Of course, Cackles.
Thanks, Dad.
No.
I need Cackles to
Please.
roll a will save.
What?
I'm just kidding. Or am I?
Aiden's like, please don't call me Dad.
I imagine he tries it on. He can't quite see out through the proper eye holes. And he just stumbles around for a bit until he bumps into a bench and then falls over.
Amazing.
You want to help find killing your dad? I'll find you help. Not gonna be there to help you do it though.
I appreciate it. I don't need you to fight a war. I could just use a little help. Everything is different now. And I'm different too. He kind of raises a hand, just flexes his fingers in the gauntlet. My flesh is gone, muscle memory is gone. The brain from my head is gone. I've lost so much of myself, but my memories still remain. So much of it. Enough for it to still feel the guilt.
Well, by the sounds of it, you wasted one life. Might as well not waste this one, too.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Same.
Jane probably says because she's a little too drunk.
Yeah, Kaz just kind of glares at Branch for a second. I imagine even Cackles like turns and looks at him like, for real, dude?
And as a sign of fucking I don't hate you, I'll hand Narathi whatever I'm drinking as like take a swig.
That's like, for the record, Ethan just chuckles and, he says, "Thank you, Branch."
Are you drinking that? Foster's been learning to.
I can't really I mean, I could try. I've been sipping it tonight.
No. Okay, let's start that over. Can you drink in it? Respond with one word.
Yes.
There we go, Narafi. He's back. All right. Here. And I'll hand him the fucking whatever.
Awkwardly takes whatever it is and just like, bottoms up.
Yeah.
Dips it into his mouth. It goes down a series of tubes
Now, if
into a
Narafi
pouch.
were still here, I think he'd suggest that one of us stay awake and watch you, Athen, until morning in case more of those fucking guys show up. Unless you think we're safe. But I'd like to be sure.
I never think we're safe.
Alright.
But I suppose that's Narafi talking, and I'm surprised to see quite a bit of him rub off on you.
That's the worst thing you've ever said to me.
My apologies?
Alright. Who's staying up first?
Is it? Can you describe what is this attached to the mast?
No, it's like it's at the. Well, I guess it would have to be, right? Like at least some of it would have to attach to the. Well, I guess no. He does it under the mouth. Yeah. No, it's at his neck.
The food. There is like a little slot on the mouth part that kind of pushes the jaw down a little for like potions to be drank in the flask. But the neck flap also just attached to his jaw for like food and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. So just to speed this along a little bit, I imagine with that nat 20, I find these.
It's why he mostly eats rations. They're dry.
Yeah, I find these various flaps, and I look at this one, and I can't quite piece together what it goes to, and I kind of pull Narafi aside before we all settle in for sleep. I'm like,
Yes. What can I help you with?
What's this part for? It kind of smells like liquor and potions. What is
That's a liquid valve
for what?
for potions and stuff. And when I'm pretending to drink,
Where does it go?
a bag,
A bag?
like a wineskin, Kaz,
Where's the bag?
inside me.
You know what? I'll take first shift.
So you can watch me more. I'm not very comfortable.
Because I
With
can't
this-
sleep.
Right. No, understandable.
I
My
have too
apologies.
many questions, and it would be rude to ask you them, so I'm just going to stay up and ponder them.
You can be
by
rude
myself.
to me.
I don't want to, though. It's not polite. Rude is
Oh.
the opposite of polite.
I'll be rude to you, Val's cheerleading bastard. If you want.
Yeah, I'll leave that to him. But I'm not going to tell him about your
My.
throat sack.
It's not a part of me. It's just the equipment, I don't even really need a dysfunction. I just needed to sell that I'm alive.
And it's very convincing. And a little gross.
Thank you.
But I'm rooting for you.
It's artisanal.
Does that mean, we've got a fucking, alcohol reservoir in you, just in case we run out?
It's
Haven't
just
been-
like...
I'm
it's
gonna be-
just jungle juice in there, though.
Oh,
dude.
yeah.
Like,
Right now, at this moment, there's 4 hours worth of beer and
Yeah.
wine that have been
Ugh.
sitting in his rib cage.
I'll have you know it's refrigerated. It's cold in there.
I don't know if that's true. I don't
Remember
think-
the minor enchantment in the breastplate to keep it cooler.
Did you pay for a cooling enchantment?
We talked about it, that he has most of these armors that Magi have a cooling thing, or they would all die under those bandages.
Oh, that
Water
is true.
cooled Narafi.
Amazing.
Yeah, and because he has no internal body heat, it is just cool inside.
Order now and get a free 3090 Ti.
Please don't drink my drink sack.
if there is a for real cooling enchantment inside Narafi's body / ribcage, I'm definitely not gonna drink from that sack of liquids, but
Take the valve like a straw and starts sipping it. I'm like,
No,
please
no,
stop.
he did just give me permission to be rude to him. So
Yeah.
while we're having this private little talk,
Rude, yes, not intrusive.
Kaz is just gonna kind of like lift up that, just like real rudely, like grab the mask by the snout and like tilt it back like a fucking Pez dispenser and just like shove a bottle of rum in there. He's like, "Here, can you cool this for me?"
Oh my
how that work?
god.
You know what? I do have to swallow. Oh, fine.
Oh, you can just like slide it in there. The whole bottle.
Hold on.
I mean, if it's like awkward or
If
like
it can
intrusive for
fit
you, you
down
don't have to.
doesn't.
Can you?
He just
swallow
tilts
that
his
bottle?
he tilts his head back, kind of. There's like a hole where the neck comes out of, and he just kind of pushes it down the armor.
Plunk. Lands with a splash in all of the other beer and wine down in that sack.
Oh,
Yeah, you did this to yourself. Good luck getting it out of there.
it's sealed.
Satisfied. It's sealed. Yes, it's sealed.
By gravity.
It's going to be. If I do a flip, it's going everywhere.
Anyway, time passes. It is pretty late. You guys were already about ready to settle in for the night.
Heal up to maximum, everyone who wants
Yeah.
healing.
You guys are able to get rested and healed. Does anybody do anything tonight? Perfect.
I just keep my helmet on, and I'm like, it's damaged. I'm gonna see if Kaz can fix it
Yeah,
at some point.
if it's something that I can repair, like with just a few hours worth of crafting checks or something, I'll try to do that overnight since I'm taking first watch anyway.
I'm pretty sure crafting you can fix a broken but not destroyed object with like an hour of work. So yes, absolutely, you're able to mend it up well enough to be used.
There's probably a big
Oh well.
I'll hero point that.
I guess just a minor character thing. When
Wow.
Branch
Jeez.
when Branch enters his room, he pulls out his ledger and flips to a page at the top of which it just has Narathi in it, and he crosses it out and writes Athens and puts it away.
Interesting. Okay. Good to know. It's a little tricky because you're working with a mix of a very rigid material and a very soft material. You're able to get it like cosmetically fixed up to the point where it's at least not going to reveal anything under the mask. Structurally, it's a little bit iffy, but a little more time and you'll probably be able to get it fixed up properly.
That's alright. You have 10-minute intervals. You didn't have to. If you're staying up, you can just try it every 10 minutes.
Right.
I imagine there's a nice gash across one of the eyes now that resembles a scar, where it shows the steel underneath.
Yeah,
Or iron.
absolutely. Almost like a reverse
Underneath the
kintsugi,
gold.
where it's like a steel mark in a field of gold instead of the opposite.
Honestly, I think Narafi would quite like that.
I mean, it looks pretty cool, not going to lie. But
Do you like it?
when we get back to camp and I have all of my tools, I could probably fix this up a bit more if you'd like.
I'd appreciate it. It is a helmet and is very valuable.
Eventually. Morning comes. You guys are able to set off. You were pretty close to Pi. I believe you were about 4 hours away. Let me get an extremely easy survival check to travel on a major highway to a capital city. The only reason I asked for it is because of the war. That's plenty.
I was so scared because it was like a 3 for a
Yeah.
second, and then it rolled over.
Basically anything but a nat 1 would have been fine there. You are climbing higher and higher. I say it's an easy road, and it is, but it is not. It's still physically exhausting because you're going higher and higher up into the mountains. Even though it is the middle of summer, it is chilly. There's a mist that kind of rolls down from the hill. The sky is gray and cloudy. But eventually you come up to a crest, and about noon 30-ish or so, you guys are able to lay eyes on the capital city of Avarice. Pi, where's this map? I know I had this map.
Teeny tiny thing, but as we're going up that steep incline, Cackles runs up and kind of brushes up against Jane's legs. Like, Miss Jane, can you carry me? I'm tired. I'm just a little guy.
Jane's dead.
Jane's dead.
Jade died.
What's Jane up to?
Ignoring Cackle because she's heartless.
Plotting all our demise.
He's typing in Telegram. I assume he's AFK for a sec. Okay,
There's a
yeah, he's
notable
anti
change in there's a notable change in Narafi's demeanor in that he doesn't move or act like Narafi anymore. Ever since the mask broke, there's like this way he walks that's more um, elegant rather than practiced. It's less of the march of a soldier and more as like someone who's been made to walk a certain way their entire life.
Wonderful. As you guys come across the crest, you eventually are able to see the rather large capital city of Pi. The thing that stands out first and foremost is at the center of the city, there is a pretty tall mountain. Small but tall. It's sharp. It's sharper than this map really indicates. It almost juts out like a tooth. And you can see that up on the summit of that, on sort of like snow-capped rock, there are additional buildings that are very, very large. And from the ground, you can see several dragons up there. You can see these bright specks of colored scales, occasionally just flat greens and reds and blues, but occasionally the glint of gold and silver that flit about between these large buildings doing business up there. Surrounding that mountain, though, and still kind of poking up over the city walls, are 6 towers, each of which has this like dark, kind of reflective black obsidian plate dome at the top of it. And those have large entryways at the top, almost like a roost. And you do occasionally see the dragons fly in through the big openings at the tops of those. And then finally, down on the ground, as you walk through one of the major checkpoints here, and into the city proper, you see the dwellings. It is sort of your very typical traditional medieval capital city that is largely like stone in construction. There's a lot of elevation difference. There's a lot of tightly packed buildings and flats and apartments. Things are built to be very condensed. And the whole thing has this sort of like oppressively brutalist flat gray stone architecture. Kind of like an Ishgard from Final Fantasy XIV, where it's just this very cold atmosphere, very like almost depressing vibe of everything here is just flat stone. It's all just buildings where they need to be. There's not a lot of like vibrance, not a lot of color. Everything here has the feel of a place that exists because people need to live here and not because it is like a pleasant place to live. People are going about the business. You do smell fresh food. There's beer. It's about lunchtime. There's a lot of people that are kind of making their way from their places of work to whatever the closest drinking hole is to get a bite to eat. And as you enter, you do pass by several more of these dragonborn knights who kind of look you over. They don't stop you. They don't really even question you coming in. It would be noteworthy to some of you, maybe, that the knights are all not wearing like the same colors. There's a lot of different knights wearing a lot of different banners and tabards, almost as if the city is being ruled by like multiple different groups of knights working for different people. But the question is, where do you guys go? What do you guys look for within the city? What do you do once you make it into the city walls?
So we had a contact given to us by Finn and Darwin, right? Some guy that was in here.
You
I wrote that down, but I didn't write down their fucking name.
Perfect. Yes, let's see. Where are my notes? What is his name? You were told to seek out somebody named Ledger Brother Dudley, who will be found at the... Finding it. The Customs and Tax Office.
Okay. The first thing Branch would like to do, aside from that, is like try and like scope out parts of the city and like see like from a casual glance how does like the social hierarchy work here? Who like is it just Dragonborn guards, or are there like nobles walking around and shit like that?
For sure.
While we're walking to their place.
Absolutely. You can give me a society check, and I'm going to give you a small slant bonus from your Edgesite lore, just because that kind of applies to like law and order. And although that's only a small part of society, it's definitely applicable here.
Could I also slant like how would an Edgesite be treated here, and then I can just roll with Edgesite lore?
That for sure you can do as a separate Edgesite lore check. Yeah.
Okay, I'll do them both then. it. And then... All right.
What do I know about this city?
Give me a society check.
Here is, instead, an esoteric lore
Understood.
at the same DC.
Yep.
Essentially. 19.
All right. Perfect. We'll start with Brand, and we'll work our way up from lowest to highest. First of all, your society check. You understand that this is a pretty typical feudal society. It is how most of the Inner Kingdoms operated until the past 100 or so years, which is to say that there are reigning nobles. Each of the nobles has a house. The house has a bunch of people who work the farms, and in exchange, the nobles protect the serfs. There are very wealthy nobles and knights, and then there are very poor people who work on their land. In a place like the capital city, a lot of the workers are kind of seasonally back and forth between working the land and working as merchants, which affords them a little more luxury, but not that much more. Which is to say, there are a lot of peasants that are working on the shops, and then the nobles most likely live in the very nice houses. With a 10, it's apparent to you the entire layout of the city, at least down here, seems to be pretty open. It's pretty uniform. There doesn't appear to be like a walled-off nobles' quarter, as sometimes there would be. But on a 10, you know that there are these 6 really nice towers, and then there's the big mountain. And you're welcome to draw any obvious conclusions from that you would like. Moving up to your Edgesite lore here. This is the capital city of Pi. Pi is part of the Inner Kingdoms. You guys are allied with all of the other Inner Kingdoms. Edgesite, or Edis, is a very well-known and well-respected god throughout all of the Inner Kingdoms. You would be treated fine here. In fact, you would probably be very respected here as a member of the clergy. The clergy has always kind of had a special exemption from the normal social standing of feudal society. You would be treated well. People would generally give you free room and board. Even the nobles would kind of like talk to you. They would let you come in. They wouldn't treat you like trash. In many cases, you would be able to give them advice and they would actually listen, as long as you were making it clear that like you were speaking on behalf of your god. They're not gonna give you free things for no reason, but if you're here on religious duty, they will treat you with a lot of respect. You hold a lot of sway as a member of the clergy. Moving to Narafi with the esoteric lore. You would know basically everything I just said, but you would also be very aware that this is a place where all of the nobility are dragonborn and or dragons. The dragonborn tend to live at these 6 towers. The dragons live in the top halves of those towers and up on the mountain. The nobles' district in the city is up on the mountaintop. I'm trying to think if there's more that you would get on the 19. You would certainly know that the king is dead, and as a result, that means no one is sitting on the throne in this city. There is no royal guard. There is no royalty at the moment. It is in a state of limbo and has been for about 3 years.
They are a monarchy because they have a king, right?
Correct.
Is there no successor?
With the 19, there certainly should be. I don't...
It's likely he has multiple and they're currently at war.
That seems... 19. Well, 19 is very good. On a 19, you understand that a monarchy typically has a succession and an order of succession. It typically goes to the king's firstborn, and if they're not available, it goes to the secondborn and the thirdborn, and so on. Dragons probably have some different rules that you might not know all about, but it does seem unusual that, like, the king's son didn't just take over when he was killed. I think on a 19, given that this was only 3 years ago, you probably have at least heard that the king and all 3 of his sons were found dead the same morning with giant iron chains around their neck.
Right. They were all murdered. So they're trying to figure out the next succession, and he probably has no relatives.
Right, and things must have gotten a little sticky because of that.
Hence the Civil War.
Right.
Well, at least this place seems to be peaceful enough.
For assholes living up there.
Right.
Anyone shoveling shit down here probably gets bullied by the fucking walking tanks they got around. And the walking horn tanks they got around. And I point out at a fucking, like, fucking one of the knights.
I'm actually, on that comment, and because you rolled Edgesite lore, and because this is extremely appropriate for your background, it is immediately apparent to you, Branch, that these knights all work for different factions, and they are gangs. They these are different gangs of knights that are each controlling parts of territory within here, and are, if not openly hostile against each other, are at least forming cliques and secret alliances and like little turf wars.
But hey, want to see something fun?
Oh, no.
Please don't stir any. Please don't draw attention to anything or anyone. We're here on the down low.
I mean,
Is that what people say nowadays? On the down low.
you can just say we're just being chill. That's
Less chill. That's a new one.
You know. All right.
Is that not the same as cold? Very cold.
No, you don't want to use cold when you're trying to be cool. Okay, you want to be cool when you're cool, not cold. Cold is like.
Am I chill?
You asked me yesterday. Fuck no. But now that you're walking around like a frilly little elegant girl, I think you're a bit.
I haven't got any frills. Well, you walk like a girl too, swaying your hips like that.
I mean, gotta give what shake what mom gave me, right?
I suppose. My hand was raised for a certain reason that. Before we left in the morning, I think Ethan would have asked people if they could help him come up with a new persona.
Oh, like
yeah.
What's wrong? And
you know I'm well, I can't. The mask broke,
and it can't be fixed.
You don't fix a broken mask in the game of masks. When the mask breaks, you're dead.
Ah, gotcha. So Narafi's fucking dead now?
He always was, but, you know, I'd like to think a part of him still remained and a part of him lived on.
Can't say I'll miss him that much. But...
He wasn't, like you said, the most of chill.
Yeah. Actually... Why don't we start with that? Kaz. Kaz?
Yeah.
You've got a certain energy about you, something that draws charisma and generally likability to your presence, right?
I certainly hope so.
You're a likable dude. That's what they say.
What do you think our friend here needs? A sterner face or a more fucking, hard one?
I don't know. What does he feel like?
I was gonna say the issue with stern with what you're trying to do is you're not gonna get many people who really want to be on your side until you actually show them some kind of kindness, right? Why don't we...
That's true. Narafi did not have many friends. He kept calling me names.
Like what?
I do not want to repeat them.
Let's
you start calling me them. No, don't guess.
Hold on, where's my fuck?
You may not. Cease. Recall slurs.
Jesus Christ.
Like any of those? Anyway.
I've not heard any of those before.
Oh, then I got a lot to teach you. But, I don't know, maybe you can be a bit of a fucking... Narafi can be a bit of a fucking hard ass. It's hard to get to know him. It's hard to even want to know him. And you're trying to lead a fucking cavalcade to take down your dad? You don't want something like that.
Well, he wasn't meant to lead. He was just meant to be the guys while looking for information. That was what he did. He worked. And that was what I needed. I suppose now the needs are different and needs need to be met.
No. I'd say the needs are find anyone stupid enough to come with you on the suicide mission.
Well, I don't want to con anyone to come with me. I need someone
But what
wants
if-
to do it. Or
but-
needs to.
But what if your new mask did?
If my UMass conned people?
Had the fucking energy about it to convince people that what you're trying to do is noble. Because honestly, I don't think you believe it either.
Despite the fact that I do not want to kill my father again, it does have to be done.
Alright. That's a good starting point. Someone who really wants to do what needs to be done.
That was what Narafi was. That's what he taught me, at least.
Okay. Then how about... Back in the... When I was in Aegis, I had this guy they kind of assigned me with for a while, till they could trust me to go out on my own. This guy, ridiculously fucking dedicated to the cause. Not justice, but to Aegis itself. You know,
Oof.
missing the fucking forest for the trees and all that. His belief led him to do some crazy fucking things, like, I don't know. There was this hot dog vendor that was a bit too close to the church once, and he pulled out a fucking ruler to just test it. Spent the entire day measuring that shit. But it's that kind of obsessiveness that made him a little charming, you know?
Ah,
I feel like you can be dedicated to your cause and your goals without being an asshole about it. Maybe that's the sort of characteristic we want this new guy to have.
shall we try not asshole? Is that it?
A good start.
I must admit, being Narafi was difficult. He had to say so many mean things.
He was very standoffish.
Well, like he'd say, doesn't care what people think about him. He cared about people. But he could be a little nicer about it.
When you figure out how to be nicer about telling people the truth, come and find me, because I sure as hell would like to know.
I'd start. I don't know how to start with you. We'll go. We'll do that some other time.
Exactly. Anyway, as we're walking through the fucking city, do I pick up on any, like, particular gang names? Any
Certainly, absolutely. Go ahead and give me perception check, but I'm going to give you your slant for Edgicide again, specifically because it's like you're familiar with gang. And also, first, is that hand raise good to go, or is this a different
That's
one?
good to go. That was just for helping me develop a new persona.
All right.
We don't have a
wonderful.
name yet. But we'll figure that one out.
Okay.
Is Zeke No, Zeke's still dead.
He's dead.
Is Zeke dead? Is Zeke dead?
Perfect.
He blue screen.
As you were kind of exploring the southern half of the city here, you begin to start to familiarize yourself with some of the banners, and you're able to get a couple of the names for these gangs. There are several different factions that have very complicated relationships with each other, but the two halves of a fight that seem to be most prominent in here is there's one really big gang, or gang isn't the right word here. They belong to the house of Count Thernaliac of Westermount. And that is one of the biggest ones. It seems to control a lot of territory. They control 2 of these towers down here.
So they're more like a mafia.
Yeah, they're sort of like more like a mafia. And they all have the... Oh, there's such a cool word for this that I'm forgetting from the Spellmonger series. I think it's like an implement or something. Anyway, their colors are a dark, rich, kind of royal purple with black fangs. Most of their knights have golden scales. Not all of them, but several of them. And opposed to, you see that there are several smaller houses that seem to have allied against them. They're working together, and they're not openly fighting on the streets here. I want to be very clear. You can just, because you're experienced with this, detect hostilities. You're able to suss out these factions very easily because of your experience with the Edgesites. And some of the big ones that are opposing the Count Threnaliax Knights are the Knights of Count Durnarock of the Granite Choke, Count Teledrin of the Batwood, Count Leonoxum of the Great Cat's Plain, and I'll write all these out, don't worry.
Gotcha.
Just all these different banners and knights that have kind of worked together to maintain some sort of a territorial advance against Count Threnaliax, who, for lack of a better term here, seems to be kind of winning the war to control the city currently. And as you are looking around to kind of familiarize yourself with all of these factions, you pass by one of the towers where there are a lot of the Threnaliax Knights gathered. And you all see, sitting on sort of a nice, opulent seat on the marble steps of this tower, is presumably the Count himself. This gold-scale dragonborn man, dressed like a fine noble, this black suit tailored to a perfect fit, this purple cape, a cane that he holds in his left hand. He sits with one leg crossed over the other, kind of just looking down the steps, where at the bottom, knights are gathering tax. You see that there are people that come up occasionally. They drop off either small or large amounts of gold. Some of them have to bring in an entire, box of silver. Some of the bigger merchants, many of them can only afford just a few silver pieces, but they write down names, they take it, and they literally throw it into a pile in front of the tower. And you can see that at the bottom of these steps, there is a pile of mostly silver, but also a little bit of gold and a whole lot of copper as well. Just a pile of tax that has been collected, presumably, for the past 3 years. It looks like 3 years of taxes for this city, just sitting in a pile here.
Gotcha. Okay.
What's on your mind? And is it crimes?
More like anti-crimes, honestly.
My favorite kind of crime.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about a quick audit. Me too. I can't imagine the other house is paying tax to their Alex, right?
No one ever does.
I mean, just fucking look at him in his gay-ass purple cloak. Christ.
What's wrong with purple? Or being gay, for that matter.
Nothing wrong with the former, but
I love the implication that there's something wrong with the latter. Branch truly is an amazing character for putting his own foot in his mouth.
I assume that sort of dalliance is acceptable after 350 years.
It's been acceptable in Uma for a long time. Yeah,
it was back then, as long as you paid for it.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't because of Cyrillans in fucking... this is a whole ass conversation we don't have time to get into. Anyway.
Alright, the conversation about holes.
Yeah.
Particularly that one, he just points. So...
I mean, look at it. He's fucking
it is a little gauche.
By guards at all sides. Wouldn't it be nice to just take a bit off them, just for a bit, if we were going to do anything involving that? I guess our only job here was to take the fucking... was to plant the tree and leave.
It was a seed, yes, and, perhaps something else.
Mm.
But we don't have Zeke.
I will say, yeah, because Zeke is AFK, I will kind of chime in. Jane does remind you that you were supposed to find the Customs and Tax Office to reactivate the portal. That's your primary official job here.
That's what she's here to do. She may need a license to do so, I think. Or if we convince the dragons, at least, she's doing this. All right, if you say so.
If we do head over, if we do that first, the fucking tax office, I at least want to enter in and tell them like Edgesite business. We brought a fucking wizard from out of city and stuff like that. Actually, who's actually there?
Do they have Edgesites here?
What a great question. They almost certainly would. In fact, now that I mention it, Ledger Brother is probably technically an Edgesite title. You would be aware that a Ledger Brother is essentially a desk clerk responsible for counting taxes.
Edgesites are so lame, bro.
Yeah, truly the lamest religion.
How was Branch ever an Edgesite?
He was a very bad one.
The worst Edgesite.
You know, it's actually very revealing and fitting to learn that like he probably worked like a desk job, and him being like all edgy and mean is just going through like a fucking Fight Club phase.
It was cool, okay? Yeah. It was cool.
It was cool for what?
But yeah, there are absolutely other ministers of Aegis here. They run the laws. They probably have a few stationed at these towers as well. Not necessarily to... they would probably have at least one of them up there with the bookkeeper to record everybody who comes through. They're essentially lawyers. You don't need a lawyer present every time that somebody pays taxes, but there are lawyers throughout the city. What they're not doing in this city, which is a little different from Famador, the Edgesites are not the local police here. The Knights are doing that job.
Okay. But they would be the ones handling, like, investigations for, like, specifically breaking law and not, like, keeping law and order.
They would be handling court issues. They would be handling paperwork. In a lot of cities, they would be the ones doing investigation and, like, crime stuff. Here, that seems to be what the Knights are doing. And I think with your... What was your check? It was 15 with the specific lore. With the 15, you would understand that's kind of a token of the feudal Pyrrhic society. The Knights do the law enforcement. The lawyers just make the laws.
Okay, gotcha. Why don't we head to the... let's head to the fucking, office. There was a fucking customs office or whatever?
There's a customs office somewhere in the city, presumably. The closest thing you can see is these 6 towers where people are bringing taxes. That seems like a reasonable place to start.
Yeah, the place with let you go. Okay, yeah. Let's just ask around for that.
Excellent. So, one important question. Do you go to the one with the Thernal Axe, or do you go to one of the other towers?
I go to one of the other towers first.
Understood. Perfect. That being the case, you start to make your way up to one of the towers. Do you wait in line like a good little boy, or do you flash your Edusite card?
I flash my fucking card.
Wonderful. Give me a diplomacy check. You do have a bonus for having an Edusite stuff or thing going on.
Yeah, they're not Edgesites. They probably won't check.
Oh.
Wonderful.
Ooh.
You're a member of the clergy. You are able to kind of just bypass the line. It's clear that you're not here to pay taxes. You are traveling, and you are here with the clergy. You eventually find a red-scaled dragonborn knight from House Teledrin, who addresses you and says, "Good morning, brother. What can I do for you?"
We're looking for the sorry, what's the fucking office called?
Just the Tax and Customs office.
The Tax and Customs office. I hear from some out-of-city business.
I see, understood. We collect the taxes at the towers, but the office is up on the peak. There will be a party going up there in about 2 weeks if you would like to wait.
2 weeks? It's at the peak of the mountain?
It is. You are welcome to traverse it on your own, but it is dangerous without the escort of a dragon.
Gotcha. This is kind of a rush order sent from out of city for very urgent needs.
He kind of looks you over. You look well armed. It is dangerous, but it is not insurmountable. Be aware that it is very cold, and some of the spirits have been angry since the passing of His Highness.
Just a little brother-to-brother thing. Do you think the other guys here are going to give us some trouble if we try to go on?
You're here on official duty. You've committed no crime. I don't believe that they would besmirch their honor by interrupting the clergy on their business.
You never know. But thanks for the info.
What was your diplomacy check? 20? Between you and me, 20 with the slant for me.
Yeah, with the slant.
Between you and me, I would be careful around Thranaliax and his men. There are rumors and whispers that that man knows honor no longer, and he may be making some sort of a foul vie for the throne. With that said, it is not as if he is hunting down clergy for sport. You should be all right.
Appreciate it, brother. Oh, and if you have any planned trips to Famo, or maybe skip that for a while.
It would be quite a long time before I'm able to leave my station here. I don't know if you've heard, but we have a little war going on.
Yeah. Just let anyone else who might be let anyone else under the clergy know that's going on.
I'll make sure that we don't plan any holidays anytime soon.
I'll keep up the paperwork. Oh, actually, I'm running a bit low on my audits and scats papers, and I'll just like pull out a fucking empty notebook or whatever and be like, it's if you've got some extra paper here, I greatly appreciate it.
Give me a diplomacy check.
Here, boy! Here, boy!
Do it, sure, why not?
Okay.
Much better.
He kind of looks at you. Yeah, why not? You're a member of the clergy and you've made a very reasonable request for some very cheap paper. He does kind of like seem taken aback that a member of the Edgesite clergy would not have paper on them. But he has plenty, and he grabs a little sheaf of paper, a little stack, and hands it over to you.
Yeah.
Will this suffice?
Do they have like symbols that note their like exact they're from Pi and stuff like that? They're from here. Like it's very obvious.
Like
that these
office
aren't-
paper with the company logo on them.
What a great question. We definitely have the printing press, for sure. Yeah, probably. I would assume that it is probably some like pre-made marked stationery, for sure. Yeah.
Thanks, brother. The group I was traveling with, one of them had a stomach accident, and we went through quite a few forests full of paper. So, yeah.
Very sorry to hear that.
Yep. Don't worry. When I'm done here, you won't need to travel through the woods anymore. Yeah. Keep up the laws and stuff.
Certainly. You as well, brother.
Yep. All right.
Walk away. It's just like a stomach problem.
What? Why else would you be out of fucking tax paperwork?
Would you use tax paperwork? Anything else would have been better.
The idea was that it was so bad we went through all our paper. I know you're wrapped in bandages and all that, but like, I don't know.
Good
Anyway,
lord. Yeah, no, I've seen dysentery at work.
Anyway, that guy was a fucking narc. Can you see why I'm like this now? Okay. Hell yeah. Okay. We got our shit. So up the mountain we gotta go. It appears.
Is
They
he
keep
back?
fucking customs office on a mountain.
Dragons, perhaps.
Yeah. Casual fucking dragon activity. Whatever.
In fact,
It seems
Have
pretty
I-
good to
okay.
put the customs office in the most inconvenient spot they can.
Oh, yeah. Typical government work.
yeah.
They're going to charge you $12 for parking, too.
We're going to get out to the customs office and they're going to say, "Oh, you don't have this form, you have to go back down to the city." And then it's going to be like a 3-day process. Either way, I hate this already. We're probably better off waiting 2 weeks till we could have a dragon tote us up there.
Well, I don't think we're... I'd rather
Sorry,
get
I
this
just
done
hate
sooner.
bureaucracy so much. You have to
I understand. You
This is
have to
what-
understand. I pretended
why
to be someone who liked it.
This is why I
You-
smuggle things. There's so much less paperwork.
You would know how much paperwork I had to do.
I do not envy it. I assure you.
Branch is forging tax documents as you two are fucking dunking
Oh,
it for
okay.
what it's like, yeah, it's the worst. But like actually, if we do get some downtime to decide like what we're going to do, if we like go to a fucking tavern to wait it out, I want to I do want to try and forge some fucking tax paperwork that looks like, it looks like you fucking skimped out a bit on your payments to House Thermaliax for a bit, like towards the other noble houses. I don't know.
So let me get this straight.
Is there such a thing as pushing it?
Let me make sure I understand your intent. You want to make fake letters that say you have not paid enough taxes to House Thermaliax,
Yep,
which are addressed to the other houses.
which are addressed to some of the other houses.
Sure. Give me
You want to start a war inside. Do you know how many people would die if that happened?
Yeah. They'll have the common sense to leave once we get the portal up.
You know how many people can fit in the portal at once. Speaking as someone who survived several sieges is all.
What did you want me to do?
Deception.
Deception?
With the +2 because it's slant for Edgesight.
Okay. Deception.
You know, just the gate
Yeah.
at the very top of the mountain. These people would have to climb.
You have some very official looking letters.
Hell yeah. Listen, Narafi. Do I know if well fuck it. I'm not gonna deal with them directly. Narafi. You know who's gonna be hurt by this? By this letter? It ain't gonna be any of these fucking poor
Really?
souls.
You can't connect the dots that one domino will make more fall.
I imagine that when the
Go on.
fires are going off at the top of that mountain, people will have the common sense to run away.
Okay. Yes, people have a survival instinct. That's true of every single animal here. Where will they run? How?
Out.
Where?
Over here.
There is a wall.
I'll just eye the little opening that we came in through.
Yeah, how many people can fit in through there? How many will be stampeded to death? Do you know whose lives theirs will be on? The one who started it. It would be on your hands.
Okay. I guess I'm guilty.
You disappointed me.
Seems more like an inevitability with this guy leading the charge. Have you seen their lives? It's pretty horrible right now.
It can get much worse.
I think that's going to happen whether I do this or not.
But you want to be the one to do it. Is that what you're saying?
It's going to happen.
You want this to happen.
I don't want this to happen.
Then don't do it. It is that simple, Branch. You want a lesson, that's your lesson. If you don't want something to happen, do not make it happen.
And who's going to make the change?
Not
Who's
us.
going to make-
Not here. Not like this. Think about what kind of change you want to happen. And weigh the cost of life.
A bunch of nobles killing each other doesn't sound that bad, does it?
Nobles, no. Do these people look like nobles? The people you say are trampled upon?
At what point when you start seeing the fire, is it not smart enough to just run away?
When someone calls for a, what do you call those again? When you close the gates and make people stay in their houses? A martial law? And keep everyone from running.
You're an enigma. You're fucking amazing. You're trying to to lecture me on not being able to properly change things, on not being able to take the proper precautions, but when I actually try and think that I can make something better, you're
This is
suddenly
making
telling
it
me it's going
better.
to make it worse?
I'm telling you the consequences of your actions. Some things I hope you'd learned by now.
I don't think you know the consequences of my actions. I don't think you even know the consequences of yours.
You know nothing of the consequences of your actions.
Oh,
Because you just do.
Fresh bread! Get your fresh bread! No.
3, please.
Sorry, carry on.
Give me.
Yeah, she sells you for a few copper pieces and then scurries the fuck off.
I give it to Cackles
Cackles.
before he says anything.
Cackles grabs it with his human hands.
Why do you have human hands today? His Zeke back.
I think he might be a bit. It sounded like some extended kid-related stuff.
Oh no, I hope everything's okay.
Yeah.
I was just gonna point out fucking
I'm just saying, if you want to make change, at least put up some flyers or make contact with the common folk. Tell them, hey, something is about to happen. Sneak out while you can. An advance warning.
that sounds like a great idea, Athens. Get on it.
You're incorrigible.
You're more of a little bitch than I thought than Narafi ever was.
Oh, you're a big bitch.
Oh, thanks. At least I'm good at something.
Not even that.
And I'll I'll pocket the papers. I'm not throwing them away or anything. But
Understood. Just saving them for later. For a rainy day.
they'll be a special. This will be a special item that we use for later.
It's a magical item we're going to use later. First, we're going to have to plant that seed before we start stirring the fucking pot.
Okay. Any places sound good? He wanted it right out. They wanted it right outside of the fucking customs office, right?
I guess. Close enough.
No, so the seed is going near Count Thrinaaliax's castle, which you would be aware is probably in his territory, not here in the capital city.
Yeah. So, like, outside, an hour away, I think he wanted?
Yeah, it was a little bit to the west, and I needed to go check my numbers to figure out how far to the west it is.
I think we could have done that before we went to the city.
So you guys approach from the southeast. It's on the other side of the city.
Okay, so we have to go cross over there. Should be fine enough.
You guys had a map. It's not like this is a hidden location. Let me go check my notes to find out for sure.
Well, fake no map?
Well. Well.
Is there a map?
No, there's not on mine too. It is...
You could have just pulled out anyone and lied to me. I would have believed it.
Sure, I could have. You would be aware that Westermount is the region to the west of the capital region. It is about a day and a half of travel. It is uphill through a mountain range, hence Westermount. And you would also know that it has a very narrow and defensible choke, and that they're at war. I think that's all you're going to know for free.
Right.
Day and a half west of here into a mountain with a narrow choke.
Well, since we're already here, we could go there a day and a half and then come back and ride a dragon. There's a question I wanted to ask. Feck, did I recruit any dragons to my past campaign?
Oh, what a fun question.
And can I roll a d10 to see how many dragons I have?
You cannot. What you can do is you can give me a d20 plus 11.
To see how many dragons I had. That's so generous of you. Uh, 20.
You would know that there were 3 undead dragons in the Desolate King's army, and 1 living dragon.
Oh, father gets dragons.
And 1 living dragon that you were able to recruit for your army.
Okay.
You had 1.
Follow-up question. How well acquainted was I with that dragon, and did I get to ride on top?
There were probably a couple of incidences where he transported you and a few of your close friends. Not necessarily... How do I put this? not as a sign of honor or like submission, but like a person carrying their cat up the stairs because it's just faster.
Yeah, I imagine we treated the dragon with the utmost respect and just like, yeah, we pretended you were better than us. That's how you talk to dragons.
You weren't friendly to... You know what, actually, this... Give me a D20. I like this a lot, actually. We're gonna do a thing real quick.
Preemptively do some backstory. 7. Do you want better? Because I have hero points.
Oh, man, I don't know how to answer that without swaying things. Would you like to hero point it?
Sure.
Okay. I will say that higher is better. I can tell you up front that higher is better here.
Let me roll that with a hero point. Oh, it won't let me. Here, I'll do it manually. Now 7 it is.
Understood. The dragon, I'll get you a name, but they were sort of a younger blue-scaled dragon from the desert who just didn't like that their home was being destroyed or messed up by the Desolate King, and agreed to join the fight and, like, just obliterated a fuck ton of undead. You weren't, like, super especially close. They just had similar goals and were willing to work with you.
Check.
It was kind of a friend check.
That makes sense. Oh god. I'm dying over here. That's like I had a chance to be friends with a blue dragon. Right. No, just dictates that Ethan isn't as crazy about wanting to get on a dragon as I thought he would be, because he's done it before. He's like, otherwise he'd be like, "Oh, I've never been on a dragon before. Can we get on a dragon?"
For sure. It's not a terribly pleasant experience. Even down in the desert, it's fucking cold up there. You imagine in a place like this, probably even colder.
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't matter. The experience is cool.
True.
When you descend with a dragon, really cool. Feels cool. Feels good, man.
As cool as a cat being set down by their owner, yeah.
The same way cats feel all regal.
True.
And like other owners. Oh, my owners feed me. They're not my owners, they're my servants.
Of course, yeah, absolutely.
Zeke is gone forever. I guess we'll just have to do the rest of the session without Zeke.
Yeah, we'll continue without him for as long as it takes, and we'll fill him in when he gets back.
Does anyone want to ride a dragon? Rafi asks.
How about we wait on it for a bit? Also, ain't that gonna be disrespectful to all the fucking guys here? Seeing 4 lowlives in their eyes ride a fucking dragon?
No lives, you're with the clergy.
The clergy of the law. I think they think they're above the law.
They did say a dragon would accompany us. I don't think they would actually carry us. Unfortunate.
I'm going to volunteer a little information here just based on your earlier checks, because a couple of things have come up that I think you would both know on your previous check. The dragons think that they're better than people. They certainly don't think that they're better than the law. In fact, they are a very lawful society, at least here in Avarice. The entire feudal system is built on the concept of honor, the concept of maintaining these like public-facing alliances or formal enemy ships. Even war is a very like formal occasion for the dragons. They have literally contractual obligations. There are rules to the ways that they can engage in war. That's one of the reasons that the city can continue to exist with all of these warring factions in it is they're doing war on the official battlefields with each other. They wouldn't do war in the city. That's unseemly.
I hate to say this, but it's all very draconian.
True. Yeah, absolutely.
Sure, then. Sounds nice. Better than a fucking 3-day long hike up a mountain.
It's not even that pleasant. But it's cool. If you like cool.
I like cool.
Right. That gives us 2 weeks. I suppose we could go plant that thing first. What do you think, Miss Jane? Good, excellent, beautiful. We're in agreement then.
Buffering.
It is also worth pointing out, we're about 30 away from session. If we wanted to wrap up here and wait for Jane's input before we carry on, I would be totally cool with that. I just don't want to cut it early if you guys are itching to play another 30 minutes.
There are things I would like to do.
Yeah. See what he does.
Yeah.
Sure. What you want to get into?
I'm so dreadfully sorry, everyone.
Hey,
Whoa,
welcome
hey.
back. Hey, perfect.
Sorry,
Where did you leave
sorry,
off?
sorry,
What's the
sorry,
last thing
sorry.
you remember?
We were in the inn talking about Narafi and his other life, and I think
Oh.
there were Cackles was fucking around with the mask.
Okay, perfect. Not a ton else happened. He woke up in the morning and said, "Oh, can you guys help me come up with a new persona? I can't keep going as Narafi because the mask broke, and that's how the game of mask works." Branch gave some advice, sort of, and ended up not really coming up with a good persona. But at the very least, he's not using the name Narafi anymore and still deciding what to go by.
Yeah.
You guys traveled up the mountain and made it
Okay,
into
good to know.
Pi.
Did you have a suggestion for a name? But also, Jane, in the morning, Narafi, air quotes, asks you, you're an arcanist. Would any of these scrolls be helpful to you?
Yeah, she'll take a look through them.
Your arcane scrolls he currently has on him.
Yeah, I think a couple of these could be good. The illusion's always handy around here, and anyone could use command, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
I
Well,
should read
feel
about
free.
Some of these other ones.
Yeah, you may take one of each anyway, and just
Oh, really?
he's offering. He has copies of all of them. You're probably wondering where all the illusory disguise scrolls went. I bought them all.
Oh yeah, I couldn't say shit about that. There was a point 3 months ago where somebody tried to buy illusory disguise scrolls, and Narafi had cleaned the city out. He had bought every illusory disguise scroll in the city.
I think that might have been me.
Yeah, it was you. I was like, here, you may.
She'll grab a
Learned
couple
it.
of the. She'll grab a couple of the scrolls and put in her bag and say thank you. I wanted to wait till morning to say this just to make sure it was in the sober light of day, but you said that you weren't actually brave, that you didn't stand up to your father. You tried to get him to see reason. As far as I'm concerned, that's a whole lot braver than just standing up to him. And I don't know what kind of mask you're going to choose or what kind of name, but the more time you spend wearing a mask, the less the person underneath matters. The more they kind of become one and the same.
Wise words. I'll take them to heart. Thank you. It's been a while since anyone has called me brave. Mostly it was bitch.
True.
You have to understand, being Narafi's friend means being called a bitch a lot.
Right.
You-
I can't promise that I will be able to help you with everything or be there through you or with you through the end of wherever this takes you, but from what I've heard about you from the books and from what I've known about you in this short time, I don't think you got a right to all the guilt you're carrying around. It sounds to me like you've done or at least tried to do some really great things to help a lot of people.
That's very kind of you to say. We've not known each other very long, but I appreciate this friendship and your kindness. If I could call you a friend.
She, I don't know what Narafi's inside is like, but a look crosses her face like she's talking to George Washington. You know, like she knows you as a historical figure from a book. Like the concept of you just being like a person that she's here talking to as like a peer is insane to her. But
George Washington skeleton.
Right. She just said, Yeah, I think we can help each other. At least that.
We could agree to that. I can try and be helpful to you.
You already have. You probably saved my life last night, so.
You seemed like you had it handled. Though he does seem a little curious without facial expressions or anything. There's a little upturn in his voice that suggests, like, I wonder why you don't want to get looked at medically. But there's, like, a cultural thing. There was, like, let secrets be secrets. And he doesn't ask any further.
Right. Yeah, likewise, with much of last night, kind of appropriately for me being AFK for a lot of that, she kind of is not one to pry, and because she kind of wants that reciprocity.
You're
so
like,
she
don't
doesn't
pry
much
me, I
stuff.
won't pry you.
Right, exactly. She's like very fascinated in Rafi, but not one to sort of like pry for details.
Keep a professional relationship for now. Have a good relationship with the two skeletons in your life.
Absolutely.
You guys were able to set off in the morning. It was about 3 or 4 hours of travel. Uphill. Eventually, around noon or so, you made your way into the city of Pi. It is this very, like, cold, stone construction, oppressive, brutalist medieval architecture, kind of like Ishgard from Final Fantasy XIV, which I realize is a reference probably lost on you. The lower portion of the city is kind of your standard medieval, tightly packed, dense metropolis. Lots of stone buildings, lots of people just kind of hawking goods and going about their business. There are 6 large towers where it appears that taxes are being literally just dumped into piles at the steps. Each of these 6 towers has 3 years' worth of taxes that have been collected and dropped off at these various towers. And there are draconic knights of different houses that are watching all of these different towers, including knights of Threnaliax and Count Threnaliax himself watching these southern 2 towers. Branch and the rest of the party approached a different tower with some different knights to ask where you guys could find the customs and tax office, and the knight told him that it is up on the peak. He said that you guys could go up there yourselves, or you could wait about 2 weeks for an escort from an actual dragon. He says that it is doable but difficult. Apparently it got much colder, and the spirits have been angry when the king was killed 3 years ago. So he warned you that if you go on your own, it's dangerous and to be careful. They were... Oh, right. Branch got some letterhead from that night and used it to forge a bunch of fake documents to other noble houses saying that they haven't paid enough taxes to Count Threnaliax. And it is unclear what he plans to do with them yet, but it sounds like he's just trying to start up more fighting between the noble houses that are already at war. Narafi and Branch had a big argument about that. And that's kind of where we left off. There's a discussion about whether to go up the mountain right away now, wait here for 2 weeks for an escort from a dragon, or walk west about a day and a half into the actual region where Threnaliax's castle is to try to get close and plant the seed. And that is pretty much the discussion you guys are in the middle of right now.
Do we know where the window is?
The window is in the customs and tax office at the top
Very
of the mountain.
top. So
okay.
This is a thing we've been
Okay,
asking
got
you.
it.
Is like we could go up there ourselves. It's like I think it was a 3-day trip going up the mountain.
No, the mountain is like 2 hours.
Yeah, 2 hours. So
It's
we could
just
go up there
dangerous.
on our own.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 hours. Or we could take a day and plant the seed first. So that's out of the way, which is a little to the west of this place. And then come back, and there's a chance to ride a dragon up.
I feel like the planting a seed mission is the one that's most likely to go pear-shaped, if you know what I mean.
Mhm.
I would hate
There's
to...
a war out there, after all.
Right. The mountain, I mean, I know it's dangerous, but it seems like the less likely to end badly for us.
Very well.
I don't know,
It's
my
just
vote
that...
would be to side
Yeah.
with it.
It's just that while we're here, I suppose, Branch does have a plan. I do intend to help him with it. I just need to add a few more steps.
Right. I mean, I'm not a survivalist. If y'all think that climbing this mountain is suicidal, obviously I don't think we should do it. But if it's just means that we're going to possibly run into some dangerous things that y'all can take
We
care
can handle
of.
it.
If I speed you up, then
I'm a pretty good climber on my own, but imagine we can get there a lot easily, a lot easier with the help.
yeah.
Perhaps some camping equipment would, or mountaineering gear would help.
Yeah. I just feel like there's a chance that when we go do this Thranalax thing that we're not going to be welcome in Pi anymore if it goes as badly as possible.
Right.
I hope it doesn't go that way, but it could.
How many disguises you got left, Narafi?
Well, we can't do magic here. We'll have to do it outside the walls, I suppose. But I have, depending on what Jane took. Let's see. Like
You
one.
probably just grab like a disguise self and command.
Okay.
I think just one is fine.
Yeah, I'll subtract one lose your disguise and one command. I have 6.
Sounds like enough if things do go bad.
Right. We just hide behind the wall and disguise ourselves as one of the guards.
And when we get up here, we can fix the gate and we'll be in.
Mhm.
What does that
This is-
seed they want us to plant even do? Will it give us a fucking quick way out? Anyone in
Can I look at the seed and identify it
Sure. Yeah, give me a Arcana check.
with my assured identification / quick identification shit?
Absolutely.
Absobubble.
That is a crit. On a crit, it is essentially a destination anchor. It is part of a set, kind of like a pair of sending stones. Presumably, they have the other one back at the Landfall campus. When they are both planted, they can be activated from either endpoint. Once they're activated, it pops open a temporary portal, which lasts for about 24 hours. You walk through the portal, you pop out the other side. After 24 hours, it withers, well, the hole closes, and they just become normal trees.
Okay, so they can be open from either side, but once they're open, there's just like a time limit on them.
Correct. It is a consumable item, essentially. It is a one-time TVP that makes its own tree at the endpoint.
Right.
Gotcha.
So this tree wouldn't be able to be activated unless they also planted theirs.
Right, which presumably they haven't yet. So in other words, this isn't an exit for us. We gotta plant it and then get away without anyone presumably seeing that we were here planting a tree.
Gotcha. What are the chances that fucking Thernaliax has gardeners at his place? Seems like a pretty simple disguise.
Yeah, it seems reasonable enough to me.
I can get us an in. I don't know if you've noticed, but I seem to have a bit more sway here than the average non-dragon.
He just does have his fingers in every pie. Is that a saying they use still? What does pear-shaped mean? I assume it's a bad thing.
I don't even know where the pear-shaped came from.
I was going to say, I don't know the origin of pear-shaped as foobar. Like, I don't know.
I quite like pears.
Jane
It's a
explains
shame.
in excruciating detail where this expression came from, though I don't know.
Ethan just seems very disappointed. Like, it's a shame that pears have a bad rap now. I like them.
Right.
You can still eat them. Just I ain't hear that expression either. It's probably something in hick country.
It must be a Wuha thing. Eh?
No, the Wuha expression is tits out.
Oh.
Schitt's Creek is what we use in Fanbower.
Oh, that makes sense. It's from Potters. If you were making a vase and it went pear-shaped, it means the gravity pulled it all down and fucked it up.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh. In fact, because so as far as not using, sorry, I broke into character there, but as far as not using magic here, I mean, I'm here to do a magical job on this window. I wonder if they would make an exception. The guy at customs when we got here seemed kind of non-committal about it, but
Looks like, yeah. If I do some fucking legwork, I can convince them that you could do magic and get off scot-free with it. You're the professional. They're just the jackasses that hired you for their job. I don't think they're going to take your tools away.
Right. I mean, like at some point, some wizard for Landfall came here and installed this thing. They obviously must
Right.
have some tolerance for magic.
Yeah, as long as we make it clear that this is for them and we're doing it on, the order of one of them.
Also, we got a contact at the customs office, apparently. Someone who's in Finn and Darvid's pockets already. I think if they're the ones watching over us, then we won't have a problem with it.
Excellent.
So with all that in mind, I think my vote would be to brave the mountain, try to get up there, and save for
Right.
LAX for after.
You want to spend at least a night here trying to get information about this shit?
That's probably wise, yeah.
Yeah. Alright. Maybe pick a tavern with less dragonborns. Fucking armor. Gets real reflective and
You don't like armor.
I in the fucking back when I was younger doing performances, that shit would glint off my eyes and like cause me to fall and shit. Like I hate that shit.
Have you tried sunglasses?
Do those exist?
A recent invention?
For some reason, imagining myself with a pair of glasses that go black.
Pretty cool.
Pretty cool. All right.
Kaz, could you
Yeah.
make some smoky lenses?
I have so many other projects.
We'll pay you for
I
this
have to
one.
make a bomb.
They'll
A
look
bomb
cool.
to a bomb.
Then
Okay, very well.
Okay.
What for? If you don't mind me asking, you don't have to answer.
have you not been paying attention?
Been a little busy.
Revenge against La Echulache.
Oh,
I've
yeah,
not been pulled into the fold. And
still
that,
doing that.
if you have any plans, I'd like to help.
Oh, well, it's a sort of similar situation to yours, actually. I'm looking to amass a force of people that are willing to throw their life away for something that they shouldn't have to, and I feel very bad about that. But, okay, let me... backpedaling a little bit. La Echulache wants me to return a ship and some cargo to it, which I assume is some people, some souls.
Mm-hmm.
And if that doesn't work out, I'd like to... I mean, the ship is one thing. That's easy. Right, I already have one. The boat is nothing.
You're ashamed to lose it.
It's fine. I can steal another. Anywho,
Not other.
the idea is to return a boat to her with some people under the guise of, the cargo that she wants me to return. And then we fight our way out from the inside. And if that doesn't work, or even if not otherwise, I think I'd like to have a little present waiting on that boat for her.
Ah, an explosive one.
Yes. It's just a pipe bomb dream at the moment.
I'm not sure
Hey,
normal explosives can do much against a god, but
Not much against her, but against her territory, her physical property that
Granted,
she has.
Yeah, I don't believe that Chilachi is a god.
she's
Powerful
not.
for sure.
And what's the difference? She's like magical and shit, so are they.
Have you learned nothing from the church? Like aghast.
all
Are you-
creatures
you're
that have
trained-
magic are gods.
Yeah, anything magical is a god.
God.
Yeah,
Are you
okay. Sure.
trained in religion? Please tell me you're trained in religion.
Trained in religion.
Oh, okay, yeah, just trained with her a whopping +3.
Plus
At
3.
the very least, you probably understand that the official classification to be called a god is that you have a domain in the outer plane. You have a heaven.
Yeah.
You learned nothing from your church.
I don't know, like Fucking the only classification is you fucking go to them and like lick their feet for the rest of your afterlife when you die. I don't know if that's true about La Chalache, but she seems real hell bent on fucking having some souls there forever. Sounds like a god to me.
Well, if
far
a
as-
god must, barter for the souls, it's not quite a god, I suppose.
As,
He just fucking
far as-
barters for his souls.
as far as I know from the stories and the folklore, La Chulache is less taking the souls for herself and more shepherding to their proper afterlives. If she
What?
is hoarding
Alright.
them on this island, that may be like a vying for power, for godship that maybe the actual gods would appreciate us doing something about.
Is she trying to replace Styx? Is that what she's doing?
Could be.
Who the hell knows?
I don't know. Don't you, church boy? Heard anything about that? Roll us a religion check.
You can give me a religion check if you want.
Boy.
Spill us that church tea.
Yeah, you're pretty sure La Chalache is Styx. No, on a 7, you haven't heard any correlation.
Oh,
I hadn't heard of
It's-
any correlation.
it's not a crit fail. You can't slide with him.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe La Enchilada is Styx.
Well, Goldie, how many more petals have you left?
I mean, all the research me and fucking Crichton over here did, I don't think we know any more than she really needs those souls. And someone becomes her every or so years. Hard to tell.
Yeah, it's more of a title, really.
Yeah. So unkillable, needs souls. Sounds like a god.
Unkillable, but
Or a lich.
irreplaceable.
Or Narafi's or Athens' dad.
That's not impossible.
Hey, can you tell your dad to uncurse me, please?
If next we see him, I will plead with him to let my friend go. Or to whatever debt you have. You owe my dad a debt.
I do.
Anyway, the only
terrible.
reason I came here in the first place was to find out if we could find anything that could help us with your little bomb. Something real powerful that the dragons have been holding on to. This one thinks that she has something here that they've been hoarding that she really needs. So why can't the same be true for us?
What would that thing be?
A stronger bomb? I don't know.
I mean, what's Miss Jane looking for?
Thranaliax has a book, supposedly in his vault, that has information about chronomancy that it's kind of the only lead I have.
What do I know about chronomancy? Because I think this is the first time, like, Ethan has figured out your discipline, but he's seen like some of your spells and they're unfamiliar to him.
You could give me your best magic check. I will say up front, Arcana will definitely be your best choice here.
Sure.
So I don't think Jane has openly talked about her goals with you specifically, but she's done some chronomancy with her.
Yeah.
Chronomancy is very real. It exists. There's lots of time spells. Some of them are even pretty common. Things like slow and haste and delay consequence and stuff like that. With that said, chronomancy is widely accepted to be one of those fields of magic where people are dipping their toes in, but the upper limits are very poorly understood. Largely because it has a lot to do with a special magical concept called the dimensions, which are kind of like other planes, but you can't put a body into them. They don't have a physical presence. On a 19, you would understand that the closest practice is oniromancy, dream magic. But that one is a little bit easier because oniromancy is a natural process that happens to all thinking living creatures.
Everyone dreams.
You know that chronomancy is usually seen as like a mysterious and extremely dangerous practice that a lot of mages die studying. Or die is kind of a wrong word for it. Things go wrong. They have weird freak magical accidents and disappear forever.
They have the sort of arcane catastrophes that don't leave a body or leave several.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, there's just like piles of gray goo. I've read.
That's why Baby Boy refers to you as the Chrono Lassie.
Yep, that's yes, that's correct. I'm still learning, but That's my field.
I would have settled on Minute Maid, but
Minute Maid.
Minute Maid, Chronolassi, Mama Tiempo. It all works.
If you guys are going to spend a day kind of canvassing taverns and trying to learn more about the mountain and the passage and stuff, each of you can give me diplomacy or society.
can I do an extra thing
I
during
just-
that time? Oh, sorry.
Let's do Jane first. What you got?
Can I just go somewhere in the city and read about it instead?
Absolutely.
Is
That
there
would
a
be
library around here?
academia for sure.
I was going to ask you the same thing.
Absolutely. You can also do academia. Yep.
Or
This is my-
There's a special investigator thing since I'm looking for.
Oh, yeah, you've got a thing for that.
Yeah,
Oh,
my
yeah.
pursue a lead since I
Pursue a
want to
lead.
know about these specifically. I want to know about Thernalia specifically and my and fucking objects of power. And that's about it.
Perfect.
It's the same role as society, but can I give you underworld instead?
Oh, yeah, for like a
That
crime
works for
angle.
this, I
I'm
think.
into that
Yeah.
for sure. Love that. Okay, wonderful. Let's go up these in reverse order.
And because it's a lore, the DC's -2.
True. Or 5
so-
if it's highly specific.
Yeah, 5 is highly specific. This is just for a gather information.
This is essentially gathering information about the trip up the mountain.
Yeah, 23 for that.
Perfect.
What do I roll?
You
As
can also give me academia. If you're doing like library research.
Academia. I don't see that.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry, you're doing your special investigator thing. What does your pursue a lead use? Is that investigation? There is no investigation. It's perception. Okay.
Perception.
So yeah, perception for you. And if
Yeah.
your int or charisma or wisdom are better, you could do wisdom is going to be your best one anyway. Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice. Okay. Kaz, we'll start with you with a 19 for Underworld. You find that there is a thriving underworld community here. There are tons of criminals. You do find that it's surprisingly well organized. Even the crime seems to be kind of lawful here. And that is in spite of the fact that nobles don't usually partake in it. What this ultimately means is there's a very just kind of classic thieves guild here. They're organized in a sewer. It is like the picture perfect kind of Oblivion Elder Scrolls thieves guild. You go down into a sewer, you find a bunch of people. There's squeaking rats. They're sitting on barrels. It is like by the numbers thieves guild under the city. And they would explain to
Operation you have done here, chaps.
certainly. And we've each got our territory. We make our marks carefully. We make sure that we don't step on each other's toes. It keeps things simple. Are you looking to do work here?
I'd really appreciate it if you and your companions don't make myself and my companions marks while we're visiting.
Noted. We usually target the thicker pockets. No offense. But we'll be sure to leave you and yours alone. Were you looking to do work in the city?
Sure, why not?
Give me a d20. There is one particular knight from House Ternaliax who has a painting that is of some sentimental importance to one of our other members. If you were to sneak into their abode and retrieve the painting, we could pay you fairly handsomely for it, and most importantly, it would prove that you are a valuable member of our society. And if you fail, we can disavow you. We've never seen you before, and no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, Feck.
Yes.
There is a. That's actually a 24. I don't think that helps.
Oh, understood. Gotcha for your check. Perfect.
Sounds like something I could busy my hands with while we're in town. Where's the mark?
He gives you a location. The location is up in the Nobles District, which is up the mountain. And as he kind of like goes through all the details, if you can bring it back in one piece, we would give you 12 gold pieces.
12.
12.
So you guys are dealing in pissant money.
Well, what's your passive perception?
I don't actually say.
Yeah.
I'll give you a passive perception though. How do I tell what my passive?
Just 10 plus your modifier.
15.
15, you can tell that, like, they have bigger jobs. You're brand new to town and could be a cop for all they know. They're giving you piddly work to see if you're real.
That's fair.
12 gold is also a lot.
Also, yeah, it is $6,000 US. But, you know, for crime...
Yeah, I was gonna say, does it seem like a suitable, like, price for stealing something from a high-end, like, noble in a wealthy district?
Boy... It's probably on the low end of fair. They probably would be undercutting you quite a bit. You imagine that there are a lot of benefits to ingratiating yourself with the guild, like getting better rates and better jobs.
Yeah.
With a 19, you're at least able to get your foot in the door and prove you're not a cop, and they're like, okay, if you want to prove your mettle, here's a little job you can do while you're up there.
12 gold for that? I could do that in my sleep. You ain't got nothing bigger for us? No bigger job?
If you can do it in your sleep, it sounds like you've got an easy 12 gold when you come back down.
You better have some more work waiting for us then.
I'll see what we can do. Just be careful, it is a bit of a tricky trek up the mountain. The steps are fine, although they are a little slippery. The bigger problem is the weather. It's very cold, and it's also very open from the sky. It's hard to get up there unseen, is what I'm getting at, unless you happen to blend in with the snow and rock. Plan accordingly.
Oh, don't you worry, pal. I'm quiet as a mouse, and I'm very resistant to airborne predators swooping down at me from open locations.
Yes, I can tell that you're very quiet.
You shit talking me?
I wouldn't dream of it.
I think you're shit talking.
Well, if there's anything else that you'd need help with, we have supplies.
Well, how does one trek up the mountain, I suppose?
Do you bring your friends to the Thieves Guild, or is it just you?
Oh yeah, it's probably just you.
Yeah, that's a big question.
I'm definitely not going to bring the guy pretending to be an Edgeicite cop.
Yeah, who was, for the record, 2 months ago, an Edgeicite cop.
Yeah. Not. This is probably just a Kaz and Cackles thing.
Understood.
Kaz and Cackles.
Cackles does slam his little fists on the table though. Like 13 gold. You want a rush job? You pay me proper.
Give me a diplomacy check. Or intimidation.
Cackles?
Yeah, absolutely.
Not Buzz Cackles.
Oh boy. Yeah,
It's not good, huh?
it's a +0.
A rush job deserves a better price. If you can have it in 3 hours, I will bump the price to 14 gold. You'd be aware it's like 3 hours just to get up the mountain. He's telling him to fuck off.
Listen, peanuts are my favorite food, but I don't respect being paid in them. You can fuck off, pal.
Have a nice day.
I got better things to do with my time here.
I hope you enjoy your stay in this fair city.
And just because we turned down your job, that doesn't mean I'm gonna be nice if I find your hands in your pocket.
Oh, please.
Cackles clamps his teeth. Look at my little teeth. I'll tear your fucking hand right off.
I am sure that you would, and don't worry, just because you're not working for us doesn't mean that we're going to turn our backs on you. We have some dignity here. If you change your mind and would like to prove your mettle, you know where to find us.
Okay, Cackles, you had your fun, but you're not talking next time.
Excellent. Moving on to Jane with a 20 academia.
So if I have time to dip my toes at all into a second topic, I would like to figure out like how the window got opened here, like who did it, and
Yes.
if there's writings of that.
Excellent. We'll start with the getting up the mountain part. First of all, there are steps here. It is a carved path. It used to be well traveled. It was called until very recently the Dawn Steps. When the king died, the king was a red-scaled dragon, and it caused this entire area to suffer tremendous cold in the wake of his death. He was a very powerful dragon and had regional effects that were magical in nature. Since then, people have started calling the steps the Winterflight instead. People still go up and down, usually in large groups. It's almost a little weird to read about because they treat it like it's this extremely dangerous place, but like, it's safer to go up and down these steps than it is to walk out your front door in Eden. Like, there's no giant monsters roaming on this mountain. There's just a bunch of elementals, mostly. There's angry elementals, they're mostly ice, they're just pissed because, like, the environment recently got changed and they're still, like, settling in. You would know that the elementals that are local to this mountain largely deal with like mist and snow and concealment. They tend to hide a lot, and it is useful to bring something that would like reveal their shapes through mist. So like either a lot of fire or a lot of wind, something that blows away the mist that they use to conceal themselves. 20 is enough to get a second topic. You would learn that the only rule is that if you're not a dragon or working for a dragon, you can't do magic. If you can prove that you're doing work for somebody with draconic blood, you can do whatever you want. You're one of the nobility. There are no rules for you. Or rather, the rules allow you to do it, is what I should say. There are no records here of like how the gate was originally established, but it is extremely reasonable to infer that it must have been done with the approval of at least one dragon.
Right, okay, makes sense.
Moving on to Narafi.
Sorry.
Oh, yep.
Can I ask one quick question really quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there like you may have already answered this and I just missed it. Is there like a dragon in charge of pie?
There was, certainly. So, there was a king who was assassinated about 3 years ago, along with 3 of his children, all on the same night. They were found the next morning with giant iron chains tightly wrapped around their necks that looked like they were forged there. Somebody magically choked them all on the same night with enormous magical
And these
iron
were all
chains.
dragons.
They were all dragons, correct. 3 enormous, powerful dragons all woke up dead the same morning.
Guess it didn't wake up.
Dead.
They woke up dead. So that was the king and the 3 dukes, which means all of the like normal next of kin were suddenly out of succession. And after that, it usually goes to a council of counts. And the counts decided instead of having a nice peaceful council, they were going to fight about it. So essentially, the places in civil war as something on the order of 25 or 30 counts are all feuding over the territory. The one that seems to be winning is Count Threnaliax, who controls the region just to the west of here. But it's not a strong enough lead that, like, it's set in stone. A lot of people are opposing him. And like any sort of game of politics like this, as soon as somebody starts to gain a lead, everybody else gangs up on him. It's a crab bucket.
I guess what I mean is like, so I mean, there's like guards and shit. There's
Oh, yeah.
administration in this town. Who's like running this town?
Correct. Sorry, I did explain this, but it was while you were AFK. The knights of several different houses. They have essentially divvied the territory up like gangs. So there's essentially 13 or 14 different houses of knights working for various counts who have cordoned off portions of the city, are collecting taxes from those portions, and are essentially ruling those portions of the city. And although that comes across as like lawless chaos, they're doing it in a very formal and feudal and like honorific way. Everything is very like official, which is to say that they're not like fighting on the streets. It's a war that is being fought on battlefields far away from here, and after each battle is won or lost, they get a decree that says, okay, this house now controls this much of the city. Which is to say it's essentially being ruled by a council at war, but in a very diplomatic and peaceful way.
Makes sense. And then you may have already answered this too while I was gone. Which of these houses rules the place that has the window in it?
The window is up on the top of the city. Great question. On a 20, I'm just going to give it to you. This actually makes a lot of sense. Up there, most of it would be under the rulership of the Royal Guard. The Royal Guard currently serves no king, so what they are doing in the interim is serving the clergy of the Temple of Osiris, which is the creator god for dragons. So essentially, down here it's ruled by the noble houses, up there it is ruled by the church.
Okay, so there's probably not anybody down here on this stratum that I could go be like, hey, can we use magic to come help fix the window? I could like get up there to ask those questions.
Correct. That seems reasonable.
Okay. Guard it.
Perfect. That brings us over to Branch on the investigation with a 20. Essentially doing a mixture of like book reading, but also kind of sleuthing around, snooping and looking through documents and kind of using your clergy status to read things that might be hidden from the public. You learn most of the same information. However, you are able to dig up some like records that are more specific to when the window was opened and closed. Things that wouldn't really be public record, but would be available on private record.
I wasn't looking for stuff about the window. I was looking for stuff about my leads.
Gotcha. Threnaliacs and items and power. Okay. Perfect. Let's do that instead. You learn... what, 20? Okay. Threnaliacs used to be kind of a respected and peaceful count. Boy, 20. How much should I give you on a 20? I think 20 is high enough to start connecting some dots. You're an investigator. Threnaliacs had a sudden political change of heart at about the same time as the assassination. And it is an open understanding that everybody is a little suspicious of that. Nobody's like, oh, it's just coincidence that he had a sudden change of heart right when the king and his 3 sons were killed. So a lot of people are suspicious that he may have been involved in some way, or at the very least that their deaths affected him in some strange way. That is when he started like really vying for a position on the throne. It's when he started to build up a military. It is when he conquered his 3 neighbors. And I'll get you some more names for your records. Count Aribanex, Count Benetolos, and Count Rafola. They are all now his vassals, and they are fighting his war for him while he defends his own territory at home. His army is the one that is guarding his territory while they fight abroad. Let me paste those before I forget. Other things you would learn. I'll give you a picture. You definitely find a picture. Where's Count Threnaliac?
Picture.
I'm gonna pull it.
Pictures.
I'm gonna pull it over here with this color.
Where the world is unsaturated like Mexico.
True, where we don't have the Norway filter over it. So his humanoid form, which you have seen in person on the steps of that tax tower, but also...
Picture, show me how taxes lead to government corruption.
True. The boy. Let's see, what else would you learn on a 20? Let me read and see if there's anything else you should
He's got a
know.
damaged horn.
He has a damaged horn.
Oh, he's got a little chode horn, poor guy.
Poor guy. It's a little chode
I'm
horn.
gonna dragons make fun of him for it.
It's like a fucking tuna can down there.
Little tuna can.
Up there, too.
You would be aware on a 20 that he is, unlike many of his peers, reluctant to appear on the battlefield. This is kind of seen as not necessarily, like, cowardly, but dishonorable and a little strange tactically. It makes no sense for your strongest weapon to not be used in a war, and yet he doesn't appear on the front lines. He doesn't do strafing runs, he hasn't mowed down a bunch of knights. He goes back and forth between the capital city and his home, and he just does that. He doesn't participate in the war, he watches while other people do the war for him, which is a little strange. Dragons normally love to participate in war because they're fucking overpowered. They love to mow down 50 knights in one strafe.
And he's still winning.
Is he stupid?
Is he stupid?
Yeah, is he fucking stupid or something?
What a great question. Who knows?
Why doesn't Batman just call it Justice League?
On a 20, I think that's all you would kind of get for Threnaliacs. You definitely get an exact map of... yeah, so this would be a thing you get on the 20. There are essentially 3 ways into his territory. There's the narrow choke between this place and the city, which would be the easiest route from your direction. There is an open field to the west that leads into the mountains, but that would mean you'd have to kind of go the long way around, scale through the mountains, and then come in through the snowy plains, although that is certainly an option. Or there is a pretty dense forest that comes uphill, so you would go north, you'd find the forest, you'd wind your way through the forest, and then go uphill through the forest into his territory. And That is probably the longest route, but the one that would be the least taxing as far as like travel, besides just taking the main road. You would know on a 20, all of those fronts are currently like not just guarded, but active war zone. There are like 5 other counts that are actively engaging war on him, and as such, they have battlefield fronts set up at all of these locations. It would be hard to get into his territory without running into an army. It would be hard to find an army that would let you through, is what I'm getting at with a 20. Still doable, but you would either have to be very diplomatic or very stealthy or have some sort of a plan to negotiate your way in. It will not be as easy as simply saying, hi, we're going this way, let us through, please.
All right.
Objects of power. Back to pie. Tons of them. The dragons love to hoard things. They have hoards, and that includes lots of money, but also lots of magical equipment and artifacts and relics and things like that. A lot of it is used to belong to the king. As these counts have fought for territory, many of them have legally claimed ransoms from each other and from the king himself, and have kind of not stolen, but legally laid claim to the treasures that once belonged to the now deceased king. And they're kind of just like picking apart his fortune bit by bit and claiming it for themselves. Which is to say, you could break into the palace and steal the royal treasure there, or you could go and break into any one of these counts' palaces and find their hoards and steal it there. They're almost certainly guaranteed to have magical, powerful artifacts. This is the birthplace of arcane magic, and as such, there are plenty of very powerful things floating around in this nation for you to find. Just most of them are in the hands of the nobles, and the nobles are mostly dragons.
Gotcha. Okay.
And lastly... what you got?
No, go ahead.
Perfect. Lastly, I believe that brings us to Narafi with a 25 or 7. What is that?
24.
24. You, it looks like, are mostly kind of casing people. You're talking, you're trying to get things figured out. The vibe that you get is that the people here... Boy, how do I even put this?
Yeah, if it helps, the sense I want to get is like, hey, how's everyone doing here?
Right,
and
right.
if like a civil war suddenly hit the center of the city, like the guards, would they fight each other? And would there be lots of casualties? And like, would the people be able to escape? And what's the best way to like give them a warning to leave before something happens? Like, don't go to school tomorrow.
Understood.
Jesus Christ.
The vibe that you get is... Okay, this is I'm going to unpack this. There's a lot going on here. It's a feudal society. These are merchants and peasants. They lead okay lives. They would lead much better lives if they were free men who had their own land and their own territory, but this society just hasn't caught up to that point. So as far as they know, they're living it pretty good. They have a cozy life in a well-stocked medieval metropolis. They have food every day. Many of them only have to work during the summer, or at least work the fields. The rest of the time they're doing merchant work. A lot of them work at the mine. They're poor, but they have what they need to get by. Many of them, you kind of get the impression on a 24, almost kind of prefer the way that things are since the king has died, because they don't have one authoritative person breathing down their necks. They have a lot of competing views, and to a certain extent, that means you get to pick your tribe and choose who you support. And admittedly, you're kind of locked into whoever your family was born to, but there's at least kind of this glimmer of hope that, like, maybe things are finally going to change after all these years. Maybe we'll get somebody who's better. And a lot of people have a very pessimistic, like, no, obviously we're going to get somebody worse. The new dictator will never be any better than the last dictator. Things only get worse. But it's a time of change, and people always see a little hope on the outline of change. The impression you get from them in terms of safety is these houses war in a very honored and legal and lawful way. They do their battles on battlefields outside the city. It would be unthinkable for dragons to fight in this city. That's crazy. That's wild. And it would be very dangerous if that happened. But it's unlikely to happen. And if it did, most of the people you talk to are like, oh, that would only happen up there. As long as you don't, get crushed by a falling boulder, it should be fine. The impression that you have is...
It would be unlikely. But we know that some people are willing to do warfare, not so legally. Like 3 of the dragons were killed in their sleep. So we can't even trust that information.
For sure. On a 24, everybody has different opinions, but most people don't believe that was an assassination by another dragon because it's so dishonorable. They're like, wait, why would somebody do that? That's crazy. That has to be the work of somebody more deceptive, an outsider, somebody that is like gross. They think that it is outside political meddling, is the prevailing theory that people have here. But, they're uneducated serfs. Most of them can't read. They're just going off hearsay.
Mm-hmm.
What else? Most of them are under the impression that the whole point of the knights and the nobles is to protect them. They feel like they would watch the battle from a distance and they would be fine. And whoever won would then I guess our house now belongs to this house, so I gotta start paying taxes to this person. But most of them are like, yeah, same shit, different day. I just have to sign my checks to somebody else now. So there's almost like a sense of detachment from all of it. They think that all of this Civil War stuff is so, detached from the real world. They're like, yeah, it's politicians being politicians. Like, fuck them. They can have their fights. They think it's all beneath them in a way, even though that they are societally above them. As for the mountain itself, several of them report that, oh yeah, my brother went up and back, he made it fine, he said it was scary and to move quickly and keep fire with you, but, it's not deadly.
Fire because it's cold?
It's very cold, but also there are spirits. Ever since the king died, the frost spirits have claimed that mountain. Many of them are fresh, they're weak, they've only been around for a couple of years, but they're annoying and they can be deadly if you're not prepared. Keep fire with you, make sure you have things that will help you to see through the mist. It's blinding up there, the wind is strong and the snow is stronger.
Do many people make the trip?
Usually under the guide of one of the draconic escorts that goes up and down, and usually only on official business. It's not exactly very welcoming up there unless you have a job to do, but if you have a job to do, it's fine enough.
And it's unlikely we'll come across other people going up and down.
Unlikely, unless you wait for one of the escorts, the caravans.
Which happens every 2 weeks?
It happens every month. The next one is in 2 weeks.
Ah, okay. I think he then looks for everyone else and brings back his findings.
Yeah, you guys are all able to meet up in the morning. It is the next day, and report your findings and decide what you'd like to do. And once we decide what you guys will do, we'll probably wrap up.
What's the most interesting conversation I overhear from people talking Ramasek that assume that I can't speak it?
Ooh, what a fun question. Ooh, what a fun question.
Would that just be your perception?
Yeah.
Or, yeah.
If you can qualify something better for snooping, you can hit me with a snooping check.
Would be 100.
I'm into a luck check as well.
Yeah. Because who knows? The only person who'd know Ramasek would be someone important, right?
It would be dragons for sure. And they're kind of hesitant to even speak it in front of other people, but on a 75, you probably have at least one person, and a 10 is enough to hear bits and pieces.
So Jane has only probably ever read Ramasek. I don't know if she's ever really spoken it other than just
this is how it sounds like.
Yeah. It's probably a little strange to hear it. It's almost like when you realize 3 or 4 sentences in that you're listening to Scottish or something, and technically you know all the words they're saying, but it's very strange, and you have to parse everything after you hear it to piece together what you're hearing. But you're able to do it. You're smart. You're educated. You would most likely overhear a couple of Draconic Knight mages, part of the mage arm, who are essentially just discussing some new warfare spell that they're working on, some advanced fireball that is specifically designed to go in a strong line and wipe out cavalry that is well barded against magical attacks, which is probably interesting, but not necessarily interesting in a way that is useful to you, other than, oh yeah, these mages here know a lot of magic and are using it for warfare because there's a big war going on.
Listening to people talk about spellcraft and Ramasek is the most interesting thing in the universe to Jane. But
fair, yeah.
She doesn't.
We catch her just kind of eavesdropping.
Yeah, probably not even deliberately snooping, but just accidentally gawking.
I wouldn't even normally call for a check, but because you said accidentally gawking, give me a pretty easy deception check or stealth check to not make it obvious that you're listening in on this Ramasek conversation.
It's just such a cool language.
Yeah, you're fine. You're not so obvious that they notice you listening in on this conversation.
Perfect.
It is kind of wild. You're right. This probably is one of the first times you've heard it spoken out loud, especially by proper dragons and dragonborn. It does almost cause the air to shimmer as they speak. It is a language where the words itself do have magical energy. If you had, in fact, you have the ability to detect magic. You detect magic as they speak. Just common parlance causes minor rippling through the wave.
Yeah, for sure. That's probably one part of it that Jane is familiar with, because that would be like how she learned it was from, just a book about the Ramesek language specifically.
Right.
It's like every time dragons speak in Skyrim.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, for sure. Anyway, you guys all meet up the next morning on the 20th.
I assume we have privacy. If
Yes.
we were to make our way up the mountain, I'd recommend fire spells, if you have any.
Yeah, it's the same thing I heard. Was
Yeah.
something to like either wind or fire, something to clear out the mist.
And something
don't have
about-
anything like that though.
Yeah, angry ice spirits.
Well, I got this, and I'll flip the table on. Back it
Right,
again
that's
up.
not magic. That's gonna be fine. We could buy some alchemist fire, perhaps. They should have some of those.
Yeah.
It's not magic, and this is a very, what do we call this place? When something is a high class place that probably sells stuff that you need.
For sure. It's wealthy. It's a modern metropolis.
Yeah.
Maybe
It's
a
a wealthy
little behind
place,
modern because they're still doing feudal stuff. But yeah, they absolutely have alchemists with alchemy shops, and they would sell non-magical alchemist fire that you can
They
use to
have
quickly ignite.
alchemists selling formulas.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to make you guys a formula shop, an alchemy shop. I promise. Here, let me.
Dang, yeah.
Please
Let me
do.
make a note.
I took a feat for this spec.
I agree. I understand that I've given you guys a lot of gold finally after all these years, and I've not given you cool places to spend it. So that is a thing
Did
that I
you?
want to do
I'm
soon.
still hurting on gold.
Somebody has a lot of gold. I feel like I've given you guys gold.
Yeah,
We have
you've
so
given
much
some of
goddamn
us. You've given some of us a lot of gold.
Fair.
Some of us chose the wrong quest, Feck.
Yeah.
Wait, the two quest branches should have gotten roughly the same. I mathed it out.
False.
We
One
got
of
all
them got
kinds of sweet
300
bonuses for fixing the mirror.
Yeah, for fixing mirrors.
That
You shouldn't
fixing.
have bought every disguised self-swap.
Those are only
Also that.
4 gold each. I should
Guy's
have.
walking around in a fucking furry suit that's lined with pipes to feed fake blood all around his body, and he's like, "Why am I out of money?"
True.
That was before.
Also, Kaz spent all of it on a jacket.
I did not spend that money. I
I
Oh, you
found
didn't
that jacket.
spend it.
Yeah.
All of the money went to the jacket.
No, I will.
No.
I will say the jacket was not part of the treasure budget.
Really?
If I'm remembering correctly, you guys collectively should have found about as much gold as they got paid to fix the window,
Yeah.
because that was their only loot for that whole arc. But I'll double check. We'll see. We'll
Yeah,
see.
go check, because it seems low.
I'm sorry that you guys feel shunted because there was an item that was made just for me because Feck knows that I love cool
Jackets.
jackets. And you know what? I feel like I deserve it after he
He was-
gave me another fucking cursed character that I didn't ask for.
Oh, but you did.
I did not.
Oh,
Every time I make a
sweet.
character, I'm just like, I just want to have some family drama that's like very within the realms of a normal person's possibility to fix. You're like, okay, here you're cursed.
Sweet
You're
summer
gonna die in
child.
5 months. Fuck you, Feck.
I promise
Okay,
all will be known soon. I'm
Listen,
so excited.
We'll
just because
work
your-
on it.
Just because your sailor character gets cursed with with dying in a time frame in the other campaign doesn't mean you need to do it to me.
You will not
Fair
goad
time frame.
explanations from me. You will
Grumble,
find
grumble,
them
grumble,
in due
grumble,
time. Boy, I can't wait. I can't wait for you guys to go to Luteon. It's going to be so much
Yeah.
fun.
I mentioned that. Hey, Branch. Be happy to know that the serfs believe that they're untouchable by the war.
Oh, well, good. That clears my conscience because I was going to do it regardless.
I know. At least now I do with a clear conscience.
So you ain't helping anymore?
I am.
Okay.
You have to understand. My conscience cannot allow just random people to die because of me.
Do you think yourself a shaper of iron?
No, a spiller of blood. I choose which blood, though.
Okay.
I guess there's iron in blood. Is that something we know now?
Yeah, Yeah, you guys know that. That's been known for a long time.
So I guess in a way, if the shape is a splotch or splatter, I do shape it little.
I guess. There's no blood in iron, though. So,
Unless you put it there.
someday.
I remember a story of this person who tried to make a sword forged solely from the iron of people's blood. It would take too many people
That's
to kill. Or approximately 3 dragons.
It's a little sadistic, too.
that. Yeah. Like, how many STDs would you get from using it?
STDs. I don't think you could get an STD from just touching blood.
Sword transmitted disease.
Yeah. Sword.
Yeah, okay. Oh, well, you can get a lot of bleeding and death.
Yeah. All right.
So, we still leaning towards going up the mountain today? That's still where I think we should go based on what we
Right.
gathered.
We should probably pick up some alchemist fire.
I mean, I'm not waiting around.
Neither am I, but I'm gonna do this thing first. You don't have to come with me, but I'll meet you at the foot of the mountain.
All right, Brand. What's your goal? What you doing here? Or I guess not what's your goal, but what is your plan? And if you want to tell me your goal too, you can.
Does Narafi come with me?
Yeah, I'll go with you.
Fine.
Someone has to help you escape.
You got those disguises?
If this goes pear-shaped.
It's an awful phrase. I hope he never uses it again. Anyway,
I like pears. Okay, it's a good feeling in the mouth. Pear.
when I'm on official duty from the Church of Edis here, Denaliax puts out an order to collect some more taxes from the other houses because, you know, as I found out recently, war's going really well from him. Maybe a sign of
Right.
arrogance, he decides to take more than he's owed.
Right.
This official order is seen as a
slight.
insult. A
Yeah.
slight to them, right? Theraliax has to bring some of his men down from his manor to deal with the upheaval it causes. This making sense to you? It'll make our job getting to the top of the mountain a lot easier.
Well, it would actually complicate it because they would be traveling down watching us now. Meanwhile, if we didn't do this, we would just travel up there and not be met by any resistance.
Two notes, because you rolled really well you rolled a 20 on your research and a 20 on your forgery check. On the forgery check, you would understand that this is an extremely pedantic and unimportant thing, but I'm saying it anyway. It would be less about like, oh, we need to collect more taxes, and more like, oh, the ransom that we requested for these knights that we captured of yours was too low, give us 300 more gold.
Okay.
It's a ransom, okay.
Essentially, yeah. Totally meaningless, but I thought I'd bring it up anyway because you rolled well on your forgery.
Right. It's less taxes and more, hey, pay more for these lives.
The more important thing is that on your 20 investigation last night, you know that Thernaliax and his men probably, they might have like a place to stay here in town up on top of the mountain, but their home is back in Thernaliax's land a day to the west. They go back and forth from time to time, but they don't spend the majority of their time here. You imagine that they came by to make sure some taxes were deposited, and they'll probably either be leaving soon to go back to their domain, or like maybe they'll swing up top for a little while. But what I'm getting at is it's not like Thernaliax has a whole bunch of men waiting at the top of the mountain. They're back in his territory fighting a war.
Oh, not the top of this mountain, the top of the fucking place we're gonna plant the seed.
Okay, perfect. Gotcha. Okay, we're on the same page then. Carry on like I said nothing.
Yeah, sorry. So
See this outside there? We're going, I think, out of the castle.
what Branch's plan essentially is when he if he delivers this fucking these like ransom notes essentially
Updated ransom notes. Hey, I'm reneging on the price. More, please.
Correct, yeah.
To a few of the nobles, it's going to cause like more conflict between the Naliax's guards and the other noble houses, which is going to cause the ones stationed at his house, which we're going to go to plant the seed, to come down here and
we're not planting it at his house, mind you. We're planting a day away.
A deal.
Yeah, that's why I'm confused. Like, what? We're not planting the seed at his house.
Gotcha.
He was requested to be planted a day away.
Well, it's requested it was planted as close as you can, but
As close as we
absolutely
can,
no
at most
more
a
than
day.
half a day away.
Yeah.
Because they have to
half a
travel
day,
there,
yeah.
do their mission, and
Yeah.
travel back in 24 hours.
Yeah, but we were told, because you told us, Vec, that it was a day to the west.
Correct. His territory is about a day and a half to the west.
Yeah, so it is a day away.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're making sense. At least a day's travel
Oh,
from here. Correct.
fuck with me,
I
Vec.
got you. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
Listen, this is. I think it'd be safer for us to plan it as close as possible. Finn and Darwin aren't going to hold up their end of the deal if they don't come back.
Who's to say they're gonna do it immediately?
They're probably not going to. They're probably going to prepare and shit, but unfortunately, we need them alive. So let's not do the bare minimum here and at least try and make this easier for ourselves and them.
Here's the thing, it's complicating it. You're making it a little more difficult by doing this.
I don't see how I am.
Right, it doesn't occur to you that them being on guard at all would make it harder? Rather than them not at all being on guard, because there's a big ol' someone who clearly forged their documents asking for more.
These are fucking immaculate documents.
I know.
To tell you.
And here's the thing. If someone told me I asked for more money, I'd say, who the fuck said that? Because I know I didn't ask for more money.
Are you gonna believe?
Would I believe what everyone told me? No, I know what I know. I know I asked for 300 gold. If they said I asked for 600, I'd say, when? How? Someone is ploying against me.
I don't think they're ever gonna find out that that's me.
It doesn't have to be. It's just that you've made it more difficult for Finn and Darwin now because they're on guard. You get it? Do you understand?
You know what happens when you poke a sleeping bear?
Usually it stays asleep. If thick hides and poor perceptions.
All right.
Depends on what you poke them with, really.
That's the academic answer, I guess. The metaphorical and probably more socially acceptable answer would have been, it fucking tries to tear apart whoever tried to intimidate it. So the nobles come to him saying that he gave them more gold. He's gonna think they made that shit up. He's gonna think they're trying to find an excuse to band together and take him out.
And you don't think this bear would just randomly attack anything that was around him?
I have a contingency for that.
And that is?
I'm gonna tell some people to get off their asses and actually start helping.
Wow!
You don't know.
Brilliant plan, Branch! Why didn't I think of it? I did! Actually.
Okay. Well, if you think it's the best course of action, why didn't you already do it?
It's too complicated, Branch. Sometimes the best thing to do is to not do anything. That's a lesson you have to learn eventually.
I miss Rafi.
Boy, do I.
Oh, damn. Alright, so Brand, what do you ultimately decide to do? Do you go through with this, or do you hold off?
I'll go through with it.
Okay.
We can save this if it's going to take too long.
Just so I know what to prep for, is the plan to literally just kind of hand these letters over, walk away, and let them speak for themselves? Or do you want to act like an emissary of Thernaliax and put on a big performance? How much are you letting the letters talk versus how much do you want to add more talking on your own?
Can I DM you the details?
Yes, absolutely. That's totally fine. One way or another, we'll say the branch goes about his business, eventually regroups, and you guys start to head up.
I am right there, mind you. I followed him.
Okay, you're coming with? Okay, excellent. Then I will work with the two of you guys to figure out what this plan
I
is going
assumed
to
this
look like.
conversation was on the way, and he was like, "This is a bad idea. If you're still going to do it, and it goes tits up, okay. If it goes well, okay. But we need a plan
Perfect.
for after.
Okay. Excellent.
Because if this goes bad, Finn and Darwin, their lives will just become more difficult because of this.
Perfect. I will work with the two of you guys to hammer out the details of this plan and get some rolls from you. I will say ahead of time, the results of this plan are going to be a secret roll, which is to say you're not going to know how poorly or well this goes until the results matter. So, have fun with that.
Would you like me to pre-roll it now and use my hero point?
No, because I'm not sure what the roll is going to be, but I will let you use one between session hero point if I make you do rolls between sessions.
I have one currently, and I want to use it before we end.
For sure. If you can think of something that you want to roll, but not this.
It's definitely diplomacy.
I had a really good metaphor for this, but I don't know if Kaz is present for this conversation.
Kaz can be. I don't know where we'd be hiding it. I think we'd just openly be discussing it without the group, maybe.
I'll be under our breaths.
It's fine. It was just going to be, you know what they call someone who turns the heat on the pot but isn't there to clean up the mess when it boils over? An asshole.
One way or another, assuming that Branch and Narafi don't get themselves killed, you guys are able to regroup, and when they're done with their mission, begin heading up the steps of Winterflight. And that is where we will pick up next 2 weeks, I think. I know that there's a little break coming up for the trip, but I think you guys play again in 2 weeks. I'll double check that.
Gotcha.
No, I lied. You guys are... Yeah, we play in 2 weeks. Perfect.
Alright, gang. Y'all have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Hey, can we just appreciate what a good fucking actor Frisk is?
For real.
Yeah.
Been holding on to those secrets for a long ass time.
It must be really nice playing an undead character and not having your whole choice dropped.
I mean, kind of do.
Oh, if you got it.
Eastward of Eden, where the clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates, they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Though our people, we toiled as one, the fruits of our labors thrived. Eastward of Eden, where day turns to dark. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Watered our forests with fire and flood, and fed our own egos with our brother's blood. We starved every ocean till they ate up our shores. Oh, eastward of Eden, where we always want more. Our towers, they rose up and set with the sun. Our servants, they burned us with fiery tongue. We rode our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. Eastward of Eden, where heavens are hell. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all Eastward of Eden, where the dust meets the dirt, we murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, eastward of Eden, where